That's the how. We've covered like all of these things. We've gone through reverse engineering. We've gone through the plan, and now you should have a chain of action. So you need to pause the video, and obviously you haven't done it in the last like 2 minutes, but you should now know like what you need to do daily to achieve the sales volume you need. Then you should also have a plan as to like all the variables you need to put together to actually achieve the goal. And you should also now have like all of those variables mapped out in the order of building them. And you should have clarity. The purpose of this is clarity. You should also understand why you're doing this, right? What all the pain is for and why you're trying to achieve the goal. You should also understand like the principles of time that we've laid out, the Stockdale paradox, and like, you know, the when and everything. And you should also understand like the goal constants and like what your goal constants are and what you're working within. So now let's talk about the actual, the where, right? Because the where is really, really fucking important. This is the environment in which you will be doing this work in. So in order to have this work, we need to do work, right? And we're going to be working somewhere. So we need to make sure that that somewhere is optimized towards us doing the work, right? And we're going to talk about environmental encouragement here. This is something that's massively overlooked. It's probably one of the most important predictors of your behavior. So let's talk about environment. So like I just mentioned, your environment is a stronger predictor of behavior than anything else. Show me someone's environment and I will show you their future. So why do we focus on environment? Well, your environment, like your office or your home or the people that you live around or the people you interact with, your phone, your laptop, everything you come into contact with, everything, every physical object, every app, every notification, every human, every shop, everything you come into contact with either supports your acquisition of your goal or hinders your acquisition of your goal. Or sometimes it's neutral. So like a stick of deodorant probably isn't going to have much of an impact. Well, you might want to smell good when you're working, but you get my point. Like, most things are either good for you or bad for you, or sort of they don't really matter. But a good environment helps by providing immediate access to things that help and limiting access to things that don't help, right? So once again, I have to give credit where it's due for this. My mentor, Sam Evans, is very imperative in my understanding of environment. So this is heavily inspired by his work. So just credit where it's due, but I can walk you through this and it's the same sort of thing. So pretty much all your behavior is the byproduct of what is available around you. So let's take an example. How often you drink water, how much water you drink on a day will depend on how much water is available around you, right? So for example, right now, you probably hear that through the mic. It's probably not the most flattering sound, but I've got a bottle of water on my desk. It's like a 2.2 litre bottle of water. It's pretty much always full. And what it means is I stay very hydrated, right? The difference between someone that drinks a lot of water and someone that doesn't drink a lot of water is purely down to how close their water bottle is to them. The difference between, like another example, how often you check your phone depends entirely on where your phone is, right? Like, how often you play video games depends on how available video games are to you. How often you eat bad food depends on how available the bad food is. How often you go to the gym depends on how far away the gym is or like how available equipment is, right? Or, you know, how much access your personal trainer has to you. Like, your environment is the biggest predictor of your behavior. And all of your behavior is, like I said, the byproduct of what's available. So for example, if you leave a chocolate muffin on your desk all day, every day, you're going to eat it, right? Or you'll be very tempted to. You might not, but it's very likely, right? We got to think about this not in terms of absolutes, but in terms of like a dichotomy of probability. So the chances of you behaving poorly if you have a chocolate muffin on your desk are increased, right? You might not absolutely eat the muffin every time. However, the chances of you doing it are decreased. And like, we want statistics to be working in our favor, not against us. It's like the same if you're working with Facebook open, you're going to get distracted. So what you'll probably notice here is like, this is my environment right now. Like, obviously I'm sat at my desk, but this is my laptop and my digital environment, which is what I'm working in. And this is like the screen that I'm sort of engrossed in right now. And you'll notice it's optimized. There's no distractions. The only thing that would piss me off is the fact that my trash has got those resources in it, right, that I've deleted now. But like, you know, this is my environment. There's no distractions. There's no noise. It's calm. It's collected. It's minimal. It's pretty. And like, when I'm working, I want my environment to look like this, my screen to look like this, because it's conducive to work. So we have the ability to control our environment. And since our environment controls our behavior, by controlling our environment, we actually get massive benefits without even having to try to behave better. And our environment kind of just encourages us to do the right thing. Okay? So like if you find it really hard to work and really hard to behave properly and do what you need to do, then changing your environment is like the best thing you can do. Like if you're like, I can't tell you enough, like if you're trying to quit smoking, but there are cigarettes around, you're going to smoke, right? You're not that, your willpower is only so useful, right? And at the end of the day, your life is the sum of all the choices you make. So that's a pretty interesting thing, food for thought. Like you are the sum of every decision you've ever made. So the choices you make and the decisions you make will depend on what is the most available to you in your immediate environment. So often if you want to fix bad behavior, just fix the bad environment, right? This is exactly why I don't buy bad food, and this is why I work with my phone off out of the room, logged out of all social medias. So here's another example, right? If I go to Facebook over here, I'm not even logged in, right? Not only is Facebook not open, but I'm not even like, I haven't even got the little, like, if I log into Facebook here, right, you'll see this as well. If I go into Facebook, I've only got my 2 business groups. I've got no news feed, right? I've got no marketplace. I've got no stories. I've got no nothing, right? Like I use undistracted to get rid of basically everything, right? Same for LinkedIn, right? I usually have this hidden. And then like, I'm not even logged in. So I log out, I'm not logged in, and I'm also not even here. Like it's the same if I go to LinkedIn, for example. Not logged in. Because if you're logged into these platforms, like part of your cognitive energy is dedicated to them, right? So, and it's just it's like your environment, like in the back of your mind, you're like, I'm logged into Facebook, I should check it, right? So it's just stupid. So log out. So we want to design our environment for encouragement, which means that basically our environment encourages good behavior. So what I want you to do now is, this is just a real quick 7-step process to auditing your environment and just improving it. So look at everything in your immediate environment and perform an audit. So look at your living and working space and make a list of everything in it, right? So let me give you a quick example. I did this recently. Obviously this includes everything like your bathroom, kitchen, office, bedroom, your gym, your technology, your furniture, the people. I did this recently with my gym. So I go to a gym, and in the changing rooms at the gym, I exercise basically, and then I go and I sit in a sauna, and then I have a cold shower, and then I leave. However, in the changing room at the gym is a television that plays the news every morning. And that really pisses me off because I hate the news. All it does is make you worry, and the news doesn't contribute to my mission or my goal, so I don't want to see it, right? That's as seriously as I take this thing. So every time I walk into the changing room, regardless of who's in there, I turn the TV off whilst I get changed, right? And then, like, because there's like a little button on the side, and like I just literally walk up to it, and I'm just like, boop, and then just turn it off. And then it's gone, and then I can change in peace, right? Without having like part of my attention drawn towards Will Smith smacking Chris Rock, which is something that came up in the news recently. I don't want to know about that. I don't care what happens at the Oscars. All I care about is helping high ticket coaches with client acquisition. So like now I'm talking about it, and it's even like, you'll notice how that happens. Like now the news is even interfering with my ability to produce my content for my program, so I'm fucking talking about it, right? So it's like, you know, this just the way in which it affects you is unsurmountable, like all of these negative things. So I just turn the news off when I get changed. It's just a little story, but I audited that. I was like, what's in the changing room? And I was like, well, I got my clothes, there's people, I can't help the people. I got the locker, oh, the TV, oh yeah, that plays the news, isn't it? We need to get rid of that. So, you know, it's the same with your car. If you have driving your car, you've got your radio on, you're going to hear shit you don't need to hear, right? It's just going to make you worry. So number 2, look at your goal and the chain of action required to achieve it. And then number 3, which says number 4, sorry about that. Categorize the items in your environment and list them as negative or positive, and score all items on a scale of -10 or +10. Next, eliminate all negative items from your environment. If you can, distance them from yourself or hide them away. So if you've got something in your environment immediately that does not contribute to your goal, in fact, if it does the opposite and takes you away from your goal, get rid of it. If you've got a TV in your room or your office, get rid of it. If you've got alcohol in your office or your living room, get rid of it. If you've got a PlayStation, like just sat somewhere, get rid of it. Like if you've got Instagram on your phone, get rid of it. If you've got Netflix, get rid of it. If you've got Amazon Video, get rid of it. Like you have to understand that if you're not willing to sacrifice these things, your goal becomes the sacrifice, right? So you know, there are instances where like you might want to stay a little human and keep something that keeps you happy. I haven't got rid of everything that is negative, because like I like playing video games with friends on the odd occasion. I don't use any social media anymore, but like there's a few exceptions to this. But generally speaking, the more extreme you take this, like when I was building my businesses, like in my real monk mode stage, like those first couple of years, I just got rid of fucking everything. I just locked myself in a room. I played no video games. I ate no bad food. I slept perfectly. I went to the gym. I was just perfectly disciplined. And that was because my environment was so clean and I made a lot of money. So number four, really. Eliminate all negative items. Oh, we've covered that. Number 6, increase the availability of positive items in your environment. Make them more noticeable and add visual or auditory cues that nudge you in the right direction. So an example of this is like, look at things and find things that you like looking at that are nice, that help you with your work. So here's a prime example. On my desk, you can probably hear this, right? Through the mic. That, my friends, is a mechanical keyboard, right? And basically, it's a very satisfying thing to type on. And what I realized with a mechanical keyboard, by the way, in case you're wondering what I use, I think the brand is Royal Clutch. But like, what I realized with a mechanical keyboard is it's really satisfying to type on. And a lot of my work is typing. So by having something satisfying, I was making work more satisfying. So like, you know, that's an example. Like I noticed that like my keyboard was like nice, and I usually would just use my MacBook like, you know, keypad. So I brought the keyboard in, and now I like working more because it's just a little marginal thing, but you do that with enough things and it's great. And you know, like another thing I really like is music when I work. So I bought a Bang & Olufsen speaker for like $600, $700, which means that I can have really good quality music playing when I work. And it just encourages me to sit down at my desk. It's sort of like plugged in to my desk, so like I can't really move it, which means to listen to music, I have to sit down at my desk. So it's pretty cool. But like, just notice the things that are positive and just bring them closer to you and make them more available. And then number 7 is to introduce new positives and keep removing negatives. You know, what else can you bring into your environment to test? So like one thing that I keep in my office is a resistance band. So sometimes like, and a foam roller. So like if I'm sat down all day, like I'll just sort of maybe foam roll or just do a bit of stretching with a resistance band between like recordings or something, or sales calls, just so that I feel more refreshed and my body feels more available to work. Just find things you can introduce, like incense is another good one. Like, you know, smell is a great sort of like predictor of work. Like you can associate smells with work, and it's just really helpful. So yeah, just find things that help you work and introduce them. Like maybe you've got like a really like funny coffee mug, and just keep it on your desk, and then you fill it up and it makes you happy. I don't know, anything, like could be anything, but you want to find things. Like for example, I've got a standing desk, and like I'm not stood at it right now, but sometimes I'll stand up to work because I don't want to sit down. Like, you know, you should give your body the option to stand or sit. Like, because sometimes your body won't want to sit because it will be sore, and like, you know, if you sit for too long, you'll get a bit painful. But if you stand for too long, it will also want to sit down. So you have to give it like the option to have both. So just find the positive things, bring them close to you, and remove the negative things. The main thing to do is find the negative things and remove them. There's probably like 1 or 2 big things you should remove. Just get rid of them, okay? And so now I'm going to walk you through a resource, which is basically high performance environments. And this is the last resource in this video, and this will walk you through a checklist for things that you can have to basically improve your environment for better performance. So let's take a look at high performance environments. And this is basically a checklist of like all of the things, all the variables. Once again, big credit to my mentor for this, so I can't really take personal credit for this, unlike the other stuff, but this is really important, so I wanted to share it with you. So this resource basically contains a list of things that contribute to environments of high performance. Okay, so what we've got here is a list for your office or your living space, and a list for the technology that you use. So we'll start with the office, okay? So the first thing is clean, right? You want your space to be clean. Clean spaces contribute to better mental health and encourage healthier choices. Organize, keep things tidy and orderly. You want to find what you want when you want it. You want to move quickly. Colorful, right? Clinical white environments or dark environments cause anxiety and depression, so just get some damn color, you know, into your office. This is the same with like artwork and stuff. Like just get some artwork in the thing, you know, just make it pretty, right? You want to create your work environment to be a place that you want to enter, right? This is why like I chose the flat I chose, and the place that I'm in right now is because it's so beautiful, and like my workspace is so like nice, and it's just beautiful to sit here. Like I'm sort of sitting here now. I've got these huge like 3 meter tall glass windows. I'm looking out onto some beautiful houses. I've got loads of natural light. I've got artwork. It's comfortable. It's warm. Like, you just want to create like an environment that invites you to basically enter it, because then you're more likely to work. Like, you want your office to be a place you want to go and chill out in. Not chill out in, but, you know, if I go to my office and I sit under my desk, I'm probably going to work, right? Natural light, right? Work near windows. Light is energy, and the more the better. Other light. So you want to avoid fluorescent white light. I don't know if you've ever been in like a dental office before, or like a supermarket late at night, and like, you know, it's like your nervous system's just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you really want incandescent light. 3 sources is optimal, alongside the natural light as well. You just want your like lighting. You don't want harsh lighting. Like, just gentle sort of like lights will keep your nervous system clean and focused. Sound. You want to just work in silence or use binaural beats, or music. I work with a lot of music. Avoid working near loud noises as they distract. So like, if your neighbour's got a dog, then and it keeps barking, then just go and tell them to shut it up. But look, I'm trying to work. I'm trying to save the world here. Like, I can't do that with, you know, fucking Rufus like yapping about. Like, tell him to shut up. I mean, obviously within reason. Please don't start arguing with your neighbours. But like, my point is that like, if you're working near a construction site, like, go and work somewhere else, because you're never going to be able to focus or produce meaningful work when there's like, you know, people drilling hammers and, you know, nails and shit into walls. Furniture. Invest in furniture that doesn't piss you off. It should also be comfy. We've all got a piece of furniture that we hate, right? Now, we might not all, but we all have seen a piece of furniture we hate. So just, you know, you want to make sure the furniture that you surround yourself with is comfortable, inviting, and it's nice. Like, I used to keep, when I move offices again, which I'm doing in September, I'll have a sofa in there. I used to have a sofa in my old office, and what it would mean is I could just sort of lie down and work. If I wanted to just chill out, then I had the option to stand or sit or lay down. Now, that doesn't work for everybody. Some people would just lie on there and watch Netflix, but I didn't do that, so it's fine. Plants, right? Nature inspires and is good for mental health. Get plants into your office, not those fake ones, because they're horrible. Get like proper plants, take care of them, you know, keep the room green. I've got one, kind of looking at it now, it's lovely. Temperature, not too hot, not too cold. Thank you, Goldilocks, right? So this is really basic stuff, right? But I can't tell you how much of a difference that like having like a good room temperature will make to your productivity in your business. Like, if you're trying to work in like a sauna or a freezer, it's not going to work. So view, big brighter windows with nice views with things you like. Air, open a window, right? Get some fresh air in your workspace, because clean air is better. Smell, remove bad smells and try something like incense or sage. Acoustics, get rugs and stuff to put on the walls, right? Harsh acoustics upset the nervous system. So, you know, when you like walk into like an empty room and you clap and it sounds like you've just like shot a gun into your ear, like that's the same thing. Just, you want nice, like softer sounds. Minimal, apply minimalism to every aspect of your life, virtual and physical. Water, keep water within arm's reach and stay hydrated. And food, stop buying what you know is bad for you. Shop on a full stomach. So like the best strategy for not eating bad food is just not buying bad food, right? And if you don't control what you buy, then grow up, right? However, like, shop on a full stomach. So like if I go to shops, which I don't really do anyway, because I just get deliveries, because shopping's inefficient and I get meal delivery anyway. But if I ever go there, like, I'll make sure that I've eaten something before, or I drunk loads of water, so my stomach's full, and I'm not like, because you're more likely to buy bad food on an empty stomach, because like that's what your brain knows to do. So just don't do it. So this is going to get a bit ranty, because I feel quite passionately about some of this stuff, this technology stuff. So list for technology. So Mac, first of all, I'd suggest getting a Mac. It's faster and better than Windows. I don't know why anyone would have Windows over Mac. Like, Macs are faster, they're cleaner, they're more efficient, they're more user-friendly in my opinion. So that's that. Now, one computer, right? One screen, one device, no need for multiple, ideally a laptop. So I would suggest you have a phone and a laptop, and then you get a monitor and you plug your computer into your monitor, which is what I've done right now and what I'm recording this video on. You do not need, like, I don't understand those, like, you know, big chunky blocky computers. You can't put them in a bag, you can't take them anywhere. It's just another thing to manage and pay for and worry about, and when you can just literally have a laptop that you can plug into a screen and it works it actually works better, right? So if you've got one of those, like, you don't have to, it's not like a critical requirement, but like in the long term, understand that like the best thing to do is just have a laptop. Like, buy a laptop, and then invest in the best spec possible, and then just have like an Ethernet cable plugged into the laptop. Like if you've got the new MacBook, you can get like little extenders for USB ports and stuff. HDMI cable into the back of a really good monitor. Like I have a little curved one, it's lovely, it's like a huge one. And then, you know, you just plug it in, you just use it, right? I don't understand people that like have these massive computers, because then they gather dust, and then like something inevitably stops working, and then they have to run Windows, and you've got to worry about viruses, and then you've got a laptop as well. Like just one thing, just have one damn thing, right? Now this is the thing that really pisses me off, is tablets. iPads are fucking stupid, and no serious business owner should have one, right? Nobody runs a serious operation on a fucking iPad, right? I don't understand the iPad thing. You've got your phone because you can't put your laptop in your pocket. I understand, that's why you can't do that. You've got to make calls, you've got to communicate with people on the go. You've got your laptop because, well, you can't do anything meaningful on a phone, but I don't understand the fucking iPad thing in the middle. Stupid thing, right? You don't need one. So a mouse is scientifically proven to be faster than the trackpad. Trackpads suck and hurt your hands. If I try to produce like videos like this with like 187 slides on a trackpad, I'd probably get carpal tunnel, or my fingers would just fall apart. So get a mouse, and it's also faster. Like they've actually done studies to show it's faster. And then also nothing. Remove all crap. You don't need anything fancy. So by crap, I mean like all of these like extra little plugins and extensions and like random things and like all sorts of crap that you just don't need, that people put on the desks that they don't need. Like if you have like a live, laugh, love sign on your desk, then you're asking for someone to make a joke, right? Like it's just crap, it's tat. I mean, it might mean something to you, don't get me wrong. Like I'm not judging you for having a live, laugh, love sign, but like a lot of people just have crap in their environment on their desks for no reason. It adds no value. Like just there's just some random like cable that just been sitting there for like, you know, 2 weeks, or maybe there's like a webcam that's like half broken that you've been meaning to fix. It's just sitting there. Like just get rid of it, man. You don't need anything fancy, right? Ethernet. So slower internet is slower business. Get hooked up. Use an Ethernet cable, right? It makes you a lot faster. One thing at a time. Do one damn thing at a time and do not multitask. This is a big one. This is a big one, right? Just do one thing at a time, right? The biggest indication as to how much money someone has is how many bloody tabs they have open as well, right? It's down here. But you like how many apps they have, how many things they try and do at one time, how many tabs they have open. It really is a good indicator. Like if I'm talking to someone, right, and I'm like helping them, and then like they open their browser and they've got like 100 tabs open, and then they minimize those tabs, and then like it takes like 5 seconds to fucking minimize them because it's so much. But then also what happens is you look at their desktop and they've got like 5 things open, and then they've also got like their phone on the, like, Christ, you cannot do anything meaningful with that amount of crap. So do one thing at a time, have minimal apps, right? Just delete every app that doesn't contribute to your goal as a rule of thumb, and then have one tab open at a time, right? People who work with more than 2 or 3 tabs open are poor, right? God forbid you have 2 browsers. So it's like if you've got like this and then you've got like all these tabs open and you've got to move between browsers, like sure, if you're like media buying or like building something that requires more tabs, that's fine. But it's when you've got like just do a task, finish the task, close it, do the next task. Don't do a task, like let's say you set up a Zap, right? So you've got 2 softwares open and Zapier, and then you need to look up a tutorial. So you also look up a tutorial, and that tutorial takes you to a YouTube video. So you've now got 5 tabs open to build one fucking Zap. And then let's say you build the Zap, but then you don't close the tabs. No, you just move to another tab and then you do the next thing. And then by the time the end of the day rolls around, you've got all, it's just, oh my God, it's chaos. Like just do one thing at a time, right? So for example, like if I hop in here and I'm on Chrome, I hop in, I go to Facebook, I log in, right? If I'm doing support, I have one tab open, which is Facebook, and then I'll probably have Messenger open as well. I'll go through my notifications. I'll log out of Facebook like this, click off, and then in the same tab, I go to Messenger, right? And then it's, shit, I'm not even logged into Messenger. Just go back in here. Then I'll go to Messenger, right? And I'll log into Messenger, and then I will basically like do my work, and then I'll like click off the tab. And then maybe I've got to do something in Stripe, so I'll open Stripe. And then maybe I've got to do something in Notion, so I'll close that tab and do Notion. Just one thing at a time, okay? Available, have everything you need within arm's reach. So if you need to like have a pen and paper, have a pen and paper on your desk, right? Phone away. This is a big one. If you work with your phone near you, you will be poor. Right? Simple. By having your phone near you, you are just telling the world to distract you. God forbid you have apps on there that distract you. God forbid you have notifications on. Right? If you're sitting there, like right now, you might be guilty of this. You've probably got more than one tab open, and you've probably got your phone on your desk or somewhere near you with fucking Snapchat sending you people typing. Right? It's just asking. When you do that, it's just stupid. Please get rid of it for your sake. It's not good for you, and it's making you poor. Right? Phone away. I used to lock my phone in my car. I don't do it anymore because I don't have anything on my phone, right? So, I just lock my phone like in a drawer in my kitchen now, but I don't use it. No email. Do not check your email or have it pushed to you or your phone, you psychotic freak, right? These, by the way, I'm not intending to insult anyone. I'm just saying, like, why the hell would you have your email open when you work? Like, sure, check it in the morning, check it in the evening, or check it once a day, or something like that. Same with Slack. Check it a couple of times a day if you've got a team. But you don't need it in the background whilst you're doing something important. Nothing is that important. Like, the most important thing in business is focus. You don't need to be constantly available all the time to your team or to your clients. Because if you really want to be responsible and help your team and your clients, you will focus on things and building things that contribute towards them. And if they have to wait a couple of hours or half a day to get a response from you for that, then it's a fucking happy trade-off in my perspective. No socials. Log out of all social medias. In fact, log the fuck out of all your social medias and stay out. Only go on for work. In fact, delete them. Delete your accounts if you don't use them for work. Notifications, turn it all off. Everything off. Calendar notifications off. Email notifications off. Everything. Get rid of all of it. All of it. Clean desktop. Clean up your desktop and make it minimal. Right? Like this. Passwords. Use LastPass to keep a log of all important passwords and private notes. And then also for tech, you can model this sort of setup. So I have all of my important apps that I use for a day-to-day basis here. I have my most important spreadsheets all available. I've got all my Trello boards here. I've got all of my sales stuff I could need here for my team. I've got all of my organic metrics and prospects that I could need to keep a log of here. I've got all of my team folders here. I've got my program folder here. I've got my YouTube stuff here. I've got any personal stuff I need here. I've got my outreach systems here. And I've got my mindset module I'm working on here. And then I've got other bookmarks. I have undistracted to get rid of all distractions. And then I also use momentum to have this nice bit of nature. And that's pretty much it as far as this goes. I also use AdBlock. And these are the other apps I use. These are cool ones. But yeah, so that's how I have it set up. I use Google Chrome. Anyone who uses like Firefox or Safari, like, what the hell are you doing? Chrome is much better. It's cleaner, it's faster. Like, and this isn't just like my opinion. Like, this is just like, I'm not telling you this stuff because I'm trying to insult you. I'm telling you because, like, if you're doing this stuff, you've got a problem and you need someone to just like coldly say, like, what the hell are you doing? Like, why have you got it? So yeah, rant over, basically. Slightly unprofessional, I know, but you know, if it gets the message across, then I don't care. So understand you probably you probably won't have or be able to have all of the things immediately. So for example, like, I don't want you to like think that you need everything here. So like, for example, like, you know, if there's not like a window in your office, it doesn't mean you're not going to make money. If you haven't got a nice view, it doesn't mean you're not going to make money. If your office is a bit too warm, it doesn't mean you're not going to make money. If you don't have any plants, it doesn't mean you're not going to make any money. If you don't drink loads of water, it doesn't mean you're going to make money. Like, these points here make it easier, but it don't make it impossible. So here's a funny example, right? You don't need everything to succeed, they just help. I could still grow a business locked in a cold cave with 1 megabyte per second of internet connection in a bright pink lighting, wearing the itchiest socks in the world. Right? That might be a funny visual for you. I wouldn't have much fun and it would be harder, but I could still grow a business in those conditions, right? Like, it would suck. But my point here is, like, just because like I've listed out these are the things that you need, like, my point is they help you and they will contribute positively to you getting your goal. You can grow a business with distractions. You can grow a business with more tabs, right? You can grow a business with iPads. You can use like Windows. It's fine. My business partner does. Right? My point here is these are just things to make you more efficient, and the more of them you have, the bigger your advantage. And in business, we value advantage and want to get it from everywhere. So that is the where, right? Environmental encouragement. Put together an environment and control your environment so that it contributes towards positive behavior that drives your goal. You know what you need to do, and go and do it. So the next module is who, which is personal capability, and this will be covered in the next video. This is another huge piece of the puzzle, but I thought for the sake of keeping these videos, this has probably been quite a long one at this point, but I thought it'd be best just to do this in the next video. So we will be covering the who as we progress through to the identity video following this one. So that's everything for today's video, guys. That's the model. We've covered the hidden 6. We've talked about the what, the why, the when, the why, the how, the where, and we're going to talk about the who in the next video. So that's everything. I hope you found this one useful. It's taken me a long time to produce this and articulate it. However, you've got all these resources and all this knowledge, and this, what I'm hoping is a paradigm shift to help you achieve goals into the future. So I hope you enjoyed this video, guys, and I will look forward to seeing you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Not the best look. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when I was 18 years old, I drew up a future for myself. And I created vision boards of what I wanted my life to look like with an excruciating level of detail. It's come true, and it terrifies the living shit out of me. I'm going to show you something, and it's going to make you feel strange. Because I just found these documents and they resemble my life to a T. It is scary. The reason I'm making this video is because tomorrow I'm buying a car, C63 AMG. I've wanted one since I was 16, and the initial driver of my work ethic was this car. Now I've had the funds and the resources to buy this car for a long time, but I wanted to wait for a specific financial milestone before I invested in it so that I held myself accountable to a goal and was patient with my impulse. And I can now comfortably say that I deserve to buy it. I'm not financing it, not renting it, I'm buying it in cash. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. I'm going to scare the living crap out of you. I've got 3 documents here, right? I made these, I think 6 years ago. So I'm 24 now. I made these when I was 18 years old, when I was dropping out of university, doing an apprenticeship with no money to my name. And I saw a version of the future with such clarity. I spent months and months designing these things and thinking about, what do I really want? How do I want to manifest the future? A goal is a snapshot of the future. It's a temporary screenshot. And if you're good at what you do, or if you want to be good at what you do, then you need to have a way to manifest it. Look at this. So this is a vision board that I created 6 years ago. Kian, can you blur out the woman in the middle of this? This is another vision board that I created. Can you see that? 6 years ago. And this is another one I created 6 years ago. Now, one thing you're going to notice is there's 2 recurring themes. You see the Mercedes, the black AMG in there. You also see it in here, right? And I'm pretty certain, if I'm not mistaken, that I even dedicated an entire page to it. The point is that I drew this up when I was 18 years old, and I had this uncanny foresight to determine exactly what I wanted my life to look like. There you go, you can see the car there. So I initially wanted the C250D, which is like way cheaper than what I'm buying tomorrow. What I'm buying tomorrow is pretty expensive. You see this window, right? It might look familiar. It's nighttime now, but I live in this exact flat. It's not the exact one, but it's in the same building, because the one that I wanted wasn't available. So I was restricted, right? But you'll see this, like, you see this here? You see that arrow pointing to that building with the glass penthouses, and you see these sort of glass panel bay windows? I live in that building. And tomorrow I'm going to buy that car, right? all of this has come true. Another thing you can see here, right? You can see I actually went into Stripe once, and I even adjusted my my like Stripe thing to show like I wanted to make $1 million. And there's more detail to this. In fact, I'm going to read you something, right? So what I would also do with these documents is I would actually draft up what I call the Charlie Morgan Manifesto. And this is an incredibly narcissistic thing to do, right? But I'm going to walk you through like what I told myself I would become. And bear in mind, this was me when I was 18, I was making £3.50 an hour doing a cold calling job as an apprentice. With a I dropped out of university, much to my parents' dismay, although they were very supportive. So let me find one of these manifestos I can read to you, and it's going to sound awfully familiar because it's who I am. If you want to be successful, you shouldn't chase a goal. You should chase a character. You should determine who you need to become to accomplish the manifestation of your physical being. All right, let's go. You can see this manifesto here. It's going to be flipped, but who is Charlie Morgan? Charlie Morgan is a 7-figure consultant. He is known for his mastery of organic attraction and sales, and is a $1 million entrepreneur. He's completely transformed himself, and his character is unshakable. His standards are ruthlessly high, and his business went from $4,000 a month to $100,000 a month in 12 months, which is what happened. Charlie is the co-founder of Imperium Acquisition, the best and most effective coaching business for agency owners and coaches and consultants. Imperium Agency has transformed the lives of thousands of clients and is quickly becoming recognized as a force to be reckoned with in the market. Charlie's students get incredible results, and he's soon to be getting attention of Forbes for a candidate of their 30 under 30, which I haven't yet. Imperium Acquisition makes it easy for any agency owner, coach or consultant to scale to multi-6 or 7 figures. So here's the thing, right? I had this ability to, like, the vision for my company is to make client acquisition easy. I was thinking about this shit like 6 years ago. Here's the cool part. Charlie lives, I'm not going to tell you the city I'm in, but Charlie lives in a certain city in the UK in a corner penthouse flat at insert house name here. His desk looks out over a beautiful view of the countryside and the city he lives in, and the penthouse is clean with a minimalistic design. Charlie drives a black C63 AMG Mercedes and lives alone. The flat is optimal for Charlie's routine. Charlie has control of his finances, location, and time. He often takes month-long breaks to any city or place he fancies and is not restricted by money, time, or location. Charlie is considered one of the best experts in client acquisition. He manages a team of upwards of 5 to 6 sales reps who work in harmony to close $500,000 a month in business. Guess how many sales reps I've got? 6. Guess how much money we make? 500,000, right? Charlie's a ruthless, relentless entrepreneur. He's not afraid of pain or confrontation. He's a master of sales and finds closing high-ticket deals easy. Charlie has a disgusting pain and fear tolerance. He has an extremely competitive attitude, and paired with his genius, he's a force to be reckoned with in business. Charlie takes great care of his health. He eats clean, exercises regularly, and has a lean, muscular body. He meditates regularly, practices minimalism with a monochrome style, and lives a simple but focused life. Let's see what else came true, shall we? And this might sound like I'm being like super cocky or some shit like that. Like, you have to be, to some degree, narcissistic, and you have to have a level of grandiosity in your character to do something like this. Let's see what the goals were. So basically, this is a document that I would create, and I teach people how to do this in Easy Grow. And this is basically what I would call my self-transcendence document, where I basically create, like, you know, I create all of my goals, I put vision boards in place, and I basically list out who I want to become, my legacy, and all this shenanigans, right? But let's have a look at some of our goals. All right, so let's go through some goals, and these are goals that I set for 2021, right? So this was actually a little bit, you know, I didn't set for 2023, although certain of these things do say 2023. So the wealth goal for 2021 was to make 10 grand a month in income, was to sign a 12-month lease in this apartment, to buy a C63 AMG, and to have more than $100,000 in cash in a personal account. I can tell you that all of that stuff is very true. Business goals: get to $100,000 a month in sales happened. Help 200 agency owners happened. Organic attraction automated, booking more than 8 calls a day on autopilot happened. Sales automated, 25% conversion rate with top trained sales reps happened. Program that fucking bangs and gets clients their dream result happened. Thriving personal brand and student community
happened. And I've got ones for health and fitness as well, which I lined up perfectly. And I've got these things called unquestionable standards at the bottom. So things that I hold myself to. Consistency. I am consistent and will not forget to do what needs to be done. Non-judgment. I do not judge others. Pain-seeking. I actively seek pain and move towards pain, and I'm not afraid of the truth. Fearless. I fear nothing. Wealthy is a hygiene standard for me. So it's actually quite scary. Took me 6 years. I mean, to be fair, I've had the money to have the car and the flat for a while, but I decided to live a way more frugal lifestyle until I hit certain financial milestones. Otherwise, you can let your personal life can engulf your business. So one thing you'll learn as you become successful is your business is like a galaxy, right? Anyone who's a physicist, please forgive me. But your business is like a galaxy, and you, as the owner of the business, are a black hole. And your ego determines the size of the hole. And the bigger your ego becomes, the more expensive stuff you buy when you can't afford it, the business basically is sucked into the black hole. So as you start to have a better personal life, and you start to, I've had the discipline to not move into this place and buy the car I could have really bought it 3 years ago, but I told myself to wait. But if you're not careful, your personal life expands, and this black hole gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And what it does is everything around you and your business, right, gets sucked into this black hole, and it can't escape. So if you start buying Lamborghinis and then going to the club and all this shit goes to your head, then you stop working, or things get sacrificed that they shouldn't have. So it's not the most prudent thing if you're not careful. But the point that I'm trying to make here is, if you don't have a very clear indication of who you are becoming, then you are lost. And he who is lost cannot be found. So if you want a version of yourself, if you want to bring forth a part of you that is different to now, then you need to write it down, man. We could talk about the law of attraction, but truly it's just the law of action. Everything is cause and effect. If you have obstacles or problems to solve, then you can learn how to solve them. Even if it's out of alignment with your current sense of self and your current identity. Humans are malleable. We change. The self is not solid. Self-solidification is the biggest tragedy psychologically of the 21st century. And when I was 18 and I was putting together these documents, and I was writing these manifestos, and I was putting these vision boards in place so that I could, I would look at this every day, twice a day sometimes. When I was putting these things together like this, I was not this person, Like, that quote, like, you're not that guy. Like, I was putting this shit together, dude. I was a fucking loser. I was 18, uni dropout, £3.50 an hour, can't make ends meet, still living with my parents, no girlfriend, no prospects, but a work ethic and a vision. A vision. That's the most important thing, is you have to have a vision. You have to know exactly what you want and exactly when you want to bring it into reality. And it's easy to do this in physical form, because I need to redo this now because I fucking did it. So I need another one for 2028. I need something else that's, 5 years out, 10 years out. And this time it won't be material. So when I was 18, the easiest way to sort of create those vision boards is to have visual things that you can look at, right? So you can look at the body, or you can look at the Rolex, or you can look at the car, you can look at the flat. But all of that doesn't mean anything. Once you get to a certain point and you acquire those things, you can appreciate them and you can enjoy them, but you struggle to derive meaning. The meaning has a diminishing nature past a certain point, and it comes to material objects. The truth is that you could put me in a different flat and give me a worse car, and strip me of my relatively nice clothes, although I do have a questionable dress sense. But you could take stuff away from me and I wouldn't mind, because it's not, I buy these things and I have these things because I enjoy them, but they don't own me, because I don't see myself as owning them. They are objects in my life that are there to be enjoyed, but I'm not prepared to let them be anything more than that. You know, tomorrow I'm buying this car. I don't own the car. You can't claim ownership over a piece of metal and glass. It sounds cool, it looks cool, it feels cool, provides you with good emotions. So what it does is it gives you the emotions. But to say you own it, because then if that car gets stolen or scratched, then my ego gets damaged. And I'm not prepared to let my ego get damaged. So you have to be careful with stuff like this, because I'm telling you, if you write one of these, if you put one of these together, and I can't stress enough, that is the building I live in, that is the flat I live in, and that is the car I drive. The body thing, I'm working on it. Got long COVID, struggle to exercise. It's a problem, but I was actually there before I got COVID, ironically. So you get the point. But when you're writing this down, you're going to have doubts and you'll be terrified, you know. You're going to restrict what you believe is possible within the realm of your current sense of self. But you must understand that to achieve this, you have to become someone more. And I want you to know, I didn't just fucking whack these up for this video. I made these years ago and I just found them. They were buried. I've got like a little storage thing in the corner and I was clearing it out. I found them and I was like, fuck, the day before I buy the car. So, and it scared the shit out of me. I was like, fuck, think about that. Like you can just think a thought. Like 18-year-old version of me, just there was a single thought. There was a single moment in time in my conscious history, in my consciousness, where I declared, I want that. And I wrote it down and I looked at it every day. And I focused on one business, solving one problem for one type of person, and becoming he who could purchase it in cash. But here's the thing. You'll notice here, right, in my statements of my sense of self, there's constant reference to stoicism and minimalism and non-materialism, because I knew that one day I'd be able to afford the car, and that when I did, it could own me and it could destroy me. And the pattern of behavior of buying expensive things to gratify a past sense of self that was deeply insecure is a very foolish game. But it doesn't mean you can't have a bit of fun. Extremes are unnecessary, unhealthy, and they make for an unpredictable life, which I don't like. What do you want? What do you need? What do you crave? If you shut your eyes and you imagine yourself 5 years from now, 10 years from now, what do you want your life to look like? Who's there with you? What do you drive? What do you own? Where do you live? What's the color of your wall? What sort of plants are in your house? You have to think through these details in every single way. The more vivid the visualization, the realer it feels. The realer it feels, the more emotion you can tie to it. The more emotion you can tie to it, the more action you can take. The more action you can take, the more cause you can put to effect. Because what is a goal? A goal is an effect. It's a culmination or an aggregation of causes. You put things into the world, you move your body, and you tap your fingers on your keyboard and you click your mouse and you use your verbal prose to put actions into the universe. And when you act, the universe responds. Every action has an opposite and equal reaction. So if you want what you want, you have to do what you have to do to get it, which is simple. But it's impossible if you don't know what you want. This is fucking proof. This is not some woo-wah law of attraction, see it and you'll believe it, affirm it every day. This is fucking cold, hard evidence that this shit works and that you can become anyone. You know, the amount of fucking, I'm going to get emotional, but the amount of fucking pain you go through to fucking do this is unbelievable, but it is so fucking worth it to create a life. To create a fucking life. That's what you're doing. You have been given the gift of life. You have one life. You have one fucking shot on this fucking weird rock that spins in the middle of nowhere, bound by the laws of physics. You have one life. And You have to do something with it, man. Woman, you have to think about this, and you have to... The best way to offset anxiety and depression is trajectory. Because nothing creates angst and fear and depression and terror in your life like directionlessness. If you know where you are headed, then you can never be lost, because you will always have the North Star, the Polaris Star, the means of trajectory. If you know where you're going and you're on that path for long enough, you will get there. This is evidence. This is concrete shit that you can look at and think, okay, well, maybe, Charlie, you're just special. No. I had to create this version of myself. I had to work every day, 12 hours a day for years on end. Go put myself through fucking hell and back. And I will continue to do so, because that is how you generate meaning. Life is suffering, and if you accept that suffering and you put it to some good work, you can have a loud exhaust and get as many women as you want, but ultimately, it's not about buying the car or having the flat. It's about putting yourself on a trajectory and offsetting the fucking nihilism that life can be with work and pain. Nothing is more meaningful. I mean, there might be other things like finding a wife, right? But for me, in my experience, this is evidence. Look, I've got the car. I'm buying the car tomorrow. That's the exact flat I live in. I don't know if I'm monk-like yet. I didn't buy the Tag Heuer Carrera because I actually fell in love with my $30 Casio watch. But you get the point. Like, I don't know. I'm hoping that you can understand this, man. Like, it's possible. And you can do it. You just have to think of what you want and then accept that you must kill your current self. The big word there is current. I'm not advocating for the S word, right? That rhymes with, I was going to say suede. It doesn't rhyme with suede, but you get my point, right? Don't do anything stupid. You must commit psychological suicide. The person you are right now is not capable of this, because if you were, you would have it. So the fastest route to success and the easiest path, which is always the hardest, the easiest path to take is the hardest, but that's a story for another day. The fastest route to success is to accept that you, with your current sense of self and your current identity and how you perceive yourself and how the world presents itself to you through your lens and your paradigm, you're not capable of bringing about the future that you want to bring about. Which is why when you put together something like this, you feel so much doubt. Doubt represents the psychological limitations of success. And what that means is if you're unsure as to whether or not you can accomplish something, then you're right. Because you can. The 18-year-old version of me couldn't do this. I had to become who I am today for this to manifest. So I was never chasing, don't fall for the shiny objects. I wasn't chasing the vision board. I wasn't chasing the car. I wasn't chasing the flat. I was chasing the version of myself that I had to become, right? And that's the thing. We don't achieve goals. We achieve characters. We achieve identities and senses of self that solidify. Example, in order for me to do this, I had to learn to sell. And not just learn, I had to be the best at it. I had to be able to train people. I had to be able to teach people. I had to be able to be so fucking good at sales that no one can say no to me. I had to do it. I was awful at sales. I hated every single fucking minute of it at the beginning. Because my identity was misaligned with it. I was going to study psychology. I thought about doing computer engineering when I was like 16. I was a nerd. I was lonely. I didn't have many friends. I was addicted to video games. I wasn't good at sales. I was awful at it. Couldn't fucking sell water to a dehydrated man in the middle of a desert if I fucking tried. But I told myself, I said, well, that's not who we are now, but who we shall become is the person who can sell anything. You know, because if you don't have what you need, then you must grow the thing you need, right? You must take this shit seriously. I looked at these near enough. I stopped looking at them probably about a year ago or 2 years ago when I was doing like 6-7 figures. But that's a mistake. I should have remade these a long time ago. Trajectory is more important than speed, but speed is an asset to growth. How are you going to get where you want to go if you don't know where you're going? This is a pretty simple observation. You're not going to get very far. And you might be wondering, like, why the hell should I listen to some fucking weirdo with blue light blockers and a dressing gown on, and he's recording this video at 11:45 on a Wednesday night? Well, it's because I was you. That fear and that doubt and the shaking of the head when it comes to anything, and you think, oh, I can't do that. Like, that's not me. That you're probably saying, that's not me. I'm not you. That's not who I am. Exactly. You need to put something down on a piece of paper that feels so alien to you. Because if it doesn't, if it feels familiar in any way, shape or form, you're doing the wrong thing. You must create a vision board and create a manifesto and design a character that is so unlike you that it terrifies you. Because to become that person would mean to lose yourself. And that is the objective. It's called ecstasies. It's shedding skin, right? You can't, if who you were right now was capable of achieving what you wanted to achieve, you would have already achieved it. We don't chase goals, we chase characters and identities. And through the achievement of the character and identity, the goal will manifest. And that's what I've learned. And so you might be wondering, well, what's next for me? Like, okay, what's next? Well, I can tell you we're now pretty close to 8 figures. So if I was to redo this 2 years ago, it would have been 8 figures, right? But we're nearly there. So the next thing, like once I hit it, I'll recreate that, then it will be 9 figures. Could be a property portfolio, right? Could be a SaaS business. The current vehicle I'm driving doesn't get to 9 figures very well. The coaching consulting business, it's not something that it's hard to, okay, so here's the thing about business models in this online space. You can get an agency just 100 grand a month, but very rarely beyond that with efficiency. You can get a coaching business to 10 to 30 million a year, like $1 million to $3 million a month, very rarely beyond that efficiently. That's the natural cap of these business models, which has been proven by quite a lot of people that I know. And so I now need to transcend myself. I need to become someone new. I need to create a vision board that is fucking alien to me. I need to learn how to invest, right? And I've never touched investing. I don't invest money. Okay, it stays in cash in the business. People are going to get angry about that, but I don't really care. We've got a specific strategy and we're following it. So I now need to become an investor. I need to learn more about finance. I need to learn about the markets. I need to learn about software engineering. I need to learn about property. I need to learn more about becoming a CEO, and managing hundreds of people. That's alien to me. But I know that if I visualize it and if I set a list of things that I need to become, I will become them. If I need to become a software engineer, you give me a year, I'll be a software engineer. If I need to become a famous painter, you give me 10 years, I'll become a famous painter. If I need to learn the guitar, you give me 3 months, I'll learn the guitar. Everything that you need to be that is out of alignment with who you currently are can be acquired into your mind and in your identity. I need to become a YouTuber, I'll become a YouTuber. It's another thing I had to do for Imperium. Didn't I know? You can ask my business partner about this. I didn't want to make YouTube videos. I didn't want to do it. I was like, that's not me. I don't do YouTube videos. I don't want to have an audience. We had the conversation. It's kind of who you need to become to do well in this space. Bang. I have no tie to any the biggest strength psychologically and the most important mindset to have is to be no one. Right? So I have this sense of self right now as a multi-7, nearly 8-figure entrepreneur with who does like some small business influence stuff and has a team and, is good at sales and is really good at organic attraction, is trying to make client acquisition. Like I have this identity and I drive the AMG and I've got the penthouse, but truthfully, like I'm willing to let go of all that. It's like Bruce Lee said, like nobody really understands what Bruce Lee says when he said, be like water. And when water, flows through the river, it becomes the river. When it gets into the cup, it becomes the cup, right? The point Bruce Lee was trying to make is you need to be fluid and flexible with yourself and your identity. So tomorrow, right? So right now, one of the strong tenets of my identity is YouTuber for all my sins, right? But if tomorrow a new goal was set and the identity had to shift away from YouTuber, it's gone. right? And this is a skill that you have to learn, because the faster that you can change yourself, the faster you can change your reality, right? And if the reality that you're experiencing right now isn't one that you want, and I hate to break it to you, man, but that's a result of your current sense of self. I'm well aware if you're in a third world country and you've got a bad spawn, then it might not be all your fault. But the quicker you assume personal responsibility for your immediate circumstances, the quicker you can change. Because here's the thing, like, the responsibility is the cornerstone of progress, because blame mitigates your ability to change, right? And what I mean by that is, as soon as you point the finger and say, I'm not, it's the Rocky quote, I'm not where you want to be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that and that ain't you. You're better than that. But I didn't mean to slip into a Rocky quote, but you can't point the finger to it. It has to be you. You have to have accountability for your actions and for your reality. And so the most powerful thing that you can do right now that sets you on a trajectory along these lines is to accept, is to say, I am solely responsible for my immediate circumstances. The reality that I'm experiencing, the way that the universe is manifesting to me through my senses, the way that I'm hallucinating this thing that we call life and consciousness, is my own doing. All of this, the good stuff and the bad stuff in my life right now, is my fault. There's some good stuff in my life. There's a little bit of bad stuff. Nothing like bad. You know, I'm a human being. We deal with problems, right? So I created all of that. It's all my fault. Responsibility is a two-way street. The things that happen good in your life are your fault. The things that happen bad in your life are your fault. Now, you could lose a family member. Someone could crash the car into you. You could break your arm by accident, right? There's an element where you can't take responsibility for things that are outside of your control, but for the most part, it's a pretty healthy thing to do. I'm not a philosopher, I'm an entrepreneur, right? This isn't supposed to be a philosophy lesson, this is supposed to be a business lesson. But the strongest business growth that you will experience will come from your life, your personal life. For as long as you seek the latest piece of copy, or the newest sales script, or the next shiny object, or whatever that looks like for you, you will fail. Instead of looking to copy and paste the piece of email copy you think you need to be successful, become the person that can write it. You will be way, way better off. Shiny objects are they're shiny, and sometimes they can help you, but become he who can. That's how I would summarize this whole thing. Is like, my life has basically, for the last 6 years, my life has been becoming he who can. So or if you're a woman, she who can, or if you don't have a gender, they who can. I don't care, right? But yeah, it's fucking wild, man. I walk past these flats, the one that I live in now. I walk past them, I think when I was like 18, 17 or 18, something. I was sort of like dropping out of uni, and I visited the city I'm in and right now, and I loved it. And I looked up at the flats, and I've got a picture on my phone. That's me with those apartments. Now, albeit I had a lot more hair back then. And then here's a picture of me pointing at the apartment. And this was, when was this? So where are we now? 2023. Yes, I think this was 5 years ago. You see this? And now if I look out the window, I can see where I was pointing from. Right? I mean, it's just like, it's uncanny. And then, here you go, look. Here's me again with the buildings that I'm in. Can you see that? I'm not sure. Yeah. There I am, look. With a lot more hair. I don't really know what to say about it. Like, it feels weird. Every morning, fuck man, like every morning I would wake up, and the first thing that this was my life for 4 or 5 years, was I was building my first agency and building my agency, Northflow Consulting. Every fucking morning I would wake up and I would go through these documents, like different stages. I made different ones at different times, but it'd be the first thing I'd think of. The first thing: the house, the car, the life, the character. Who am I becoming? Reminding myself every single day of the end goal. Because if you're on a trajectory, it's very easy to get off of it. You know, if you are here and you need to be here, and you're trying to bridge this gap, it is so fucking easy to just, boom, you're off. You get offered an opportunity in a job, or this, that, and the other. When you have a goal and an end result that you're looking to get, you can optimize every single decision and action in your life around it. It's the fastest way to achieve success. And the best thing to do is to imagine that you're here and you want to be here, right? Denoted by these fists. I'll fuck you up, right? I won't. So if you're here and you want to be here, right, you've got to traverse this gap. But you imagine you're like a bee, like a honeybee, right? Honeybees fly faster when they're not bogged down by pollen. Pollen to you is things in your life right now that don't help you achieve your goal. Social media, bad friends, alcohol, video games, Netflix, right? What else? Drugs, right? Women that aren't good for you, or men that aren't good for you. Anything that you have in your life right now that isn't going to help you achieve your goal, you need to remove ruthlessly, and it will hurt. And you'll say, "Oh no, but I need this thing." Get rid of it, because the lighter you are psychologically, right, and physically. I don't mean physically in terms of how much you weigh, but you get the point. The lighter you are psychologically, the less stuff that you have pulling you back, the easier it is to traverse the gap. So if you imagine that you're here, you want to be here. It's like, if you've got all this shit, if you cling on to social media and alcohol and bad friends and Netflix and all of this crap, if you've got all this crap that, like, by doing it, like if you want to buy the AMG and you want the penthouse flat, if you've got friends you drink with every Friday that, you know, you get fucked up and do ketamine with and enter a K-hole and then go to the darkness every weekend, and then you're also playing video games when you should be working, like, that's taking time and energy away from you. That means you regress away from the goal. So if you imagine you're trying to go from here to here, it's like, if you've got stuff here in this current situation, it's kind of like a magnet. If you've got bad things like stupid things like TikTok, or if you're playing Call of Duty all the time, or if you're watching porn, or if you're doing all these drugs or doing all this alcohol, or just being an idiot, like, it's like these things in your life are magnets that your current sense of self will use to basically fight tooth and nail to make sure that it can't die, right? And so you must get rid of it all. If you get rid of it all, then your trajectory, the bridging of this trajectory becomes much easier and much faster, because you're lighter and there's nothing dragging you back. So it's not always about moving forward, right? It is about asking who you need to become to achieve the goal, but it's very heavily about, first of all, getting rid of parts of yourself and things that you associate with that don't help you achieve your goal. It's the fastest way is sacrifice. I had to sacrifice a lot of shit. I've got a really good group of friends now, but anyone who knows me well, any of my friends will tell you that I went dark for like 2 years. An example of this is my friend Will, who does setting for me at the moment, and also my friend Vince, who does sales for me, close friends of mine. They've known me since I was like 18, 19. And they can tell you, like, firsthand, like, yeah, Charlie just went off grid for like 2 years. Like, I sacrificed my entire social life entirely, right? I sacrificed social media. I sacrificed alcohol. I didn't do drugs, so there was that. I sacrificed drugs. Didn't sacrifice them because I didn't do them. Never have, never will. I sacrificed like all my social medias. I sacrificed all my video games. Like, literally everything was gone. I even sacrificed women. I didn't see women for like a whole year, maybe 18 months. Can't remember exactly how long it was, but, you know, I got rid of it all. The only thing was the character. Who am I becoming? And then what you need to do is, once you know who you are becoming, it gets very easy to behave accordingly. Because, you know, let me give you a thought exercise, right? So let's say that I want to get to 9 figures next. I want a net worth of £100 million, which is probably going to be my next goal. I need to ask myself, how does that person behave, right? So if I'm thinking about like doing something, right, say I've got the decision of like going on a night out on a Thursday night with some friends and getting drunk. Would Charlie Morgan, with a £100 million net worth, do that? No, he wouldn't, right? He'd go to bed on time and he'd get up the next day and get to work. Alternatively, you know, would, like, if I'm thinking about, like, I don't know, let's say I'm thinking about, like, I don't fucking know, traveling Southeast Asia for 6 months, living the laptop lifestyle. Would Charlie, with £100 million in the bank, go and do that? No, he wouldn't. So the way to become who you need to become to achieve what you want to achieve is to run all of your decisions and actions against the person you're becoming as if you already are them. Because you're 1 or 2 years of specific action and specific decisions away from he or she who can. So you have to ask yourself, what would Charlie V2 do, or whatever your name is, right? You ask yourself, I've got this second version of myself that I'm becoming. I've got this temptation. I've got this impulse. I've got this emotion. I've got this situation. What would Charlie V2 do? So ask yourself at every crossroad, at every decision, at every action, at everything you know you shouldn't do, what would the second version of myself, or what would that person do? And then if you ask yourself that question long enough and you behave in accordance with what they would do, then you will become them. It's fucking wild. It's crazy. This shit is fucking nuts. And I found these in my drawer, and I remember I made them. I didn't know where I put them though. I thought they were gone, which was tragic. But the funny thing is that I also knew that one day this would happen. So when I made these, I made them like specifically for this visual thing, because I knew at some point I'd be doing YouTube, like 5 years ago. I knew at some point it would come through. And I challenge you, like, go and write it down. I've actually got a video on my phone. I'm not going to try and find it. Like, there's a video on my phone somewhere of me like going through all my goals, like it's like 5 years ago. But he who has a why can bear almost any how, as Nietzsche said. And here's the thing about becoming successful, is it's extremely painful, right? And so you can't convince your body and your mind to go through pain without reason. So you need to have a reason, and it needs to look something. It doesn't have to look like this necessarily, but you need to wake up and remind yourself every day of why you're suffering. Because if you don't, your natural pain avoidance tendencies will kick in, and you'll stop working, you'll stop putting cause to effect, and you'll slip backwards into those bad habits. But you can become anyone you want. Anything is up for the taking. It's just a shame that when I was 18, all I thought I could achieve was this. Because, you stretch yourself to the goals you set. So if 18-year-old me had actually said, do you know what, I want, by the time I'm 25 or whatever, I want to have 100 million and I want 10 AMGs, and, that's stupid. But, this is what I thought peak success looked like, right? Was the car and the flat and the watch and the women and all that shit. But now that I've got it, I realize that there's a new echelon. And I guarantee what will happen is I will achieve the new echelon in 10 years or 20 years, however long it might take. And then I'll get there and I'll sit down and I'll make another video, or I probably might not be doing YouTube then, I don't know. But I'll sit down and I'll make another video and be like, fuck, like there's another echelon. Because maybe now I should set the billionaire thing. But this is the thing, is like that you have to be careful with your belief systems, because if this actually feels like it's way out of reach, like it needs to feel out of reach because it needs to stretch you to become someone who you currently are not. But if it's like, if I put down here to be like a trillionaire, then to the body and the brain, like that's not justifiable because it doesn't feel realistic. So it has to be this sort of balance between you don't think you can do it, but you also think that it's possible. So I believe the billionaire thing is possible, but I don't know whether or not I am at the right mindset and psychological level to set that goal and truly believe it's possible. Like, I know it can be done, and I've got no doubt that I can do it, but I think that you need to do this sort of one step at a time thing where you go from, $0 to $100 a month. Then you go to $1,000 a month. Then you go to 10 grand a month, then 100 grand a month, then $1 million a month, then 10 million a month, then 100 million a month, then maybe $1 billion a month. But to pass through those levels and that sort of multiple of 10, you have to become more, right? So I'd suggest you watch this video a couple of times just to truly understand the power of this shit. And the core central message of what I've just said, you know, I might have slipped up here and there, but the core central thesis of my prose in this video needs to be deeply understood in your brain. If you're going to go into your mindset and you're going to sort of tweak something and fuck with some shit and really change the way you think and see the world, the core message of this video should help you do that. And I would summarize that by saying, if you want what you want, you must become he who can get it, or she who can get it, or they who can get it. There's probably more, right? Be interested to know your thoughts. So you got the comments box. I don't want people to congratulate me, or I'm not looking for anyone to say, "Oh, Charlie, well done, you did so well." Don't do that. Ask any questions about the journey. I'll take a look. If you like the video, you can like it. You can subscribe if you found this video helpful and you want to see more of my stuff. And that's it. If you run a agency business or a coaching business, if you're struggling to acquire more clients, there's a link in the description you can click. I'm not going to pitch you anything beyond that. Like, there's no 997 course, so don't worry about that. But I'm just a guy who was 18 and put some pictures on an A4 piece of paper and looked at them every day until they became true. And lo and fucking behold, here I am. And you want to know the most sour part of it all? Is I'm no happier. Which is fucked, right? Happiness is frivolous. It doesn't mean anything. The thing you should be going for is meaning. And I believe the true meaning of life is to assume responsibility for your circumstance and to manifest your potential with as much vigor as possible, and to expand the universe and to do your duty as a citizen to the world by creating more than you are, by adding value to the universe, by expanding it and improving the lives of other people. You know, you've got this duty. All right. Thanks for watching.
Hey everyone, it's Charlie Morgan here and welcome back to another video. I just finished this little drawing and I realised that E looks a bit like Elvis has had a stroke, so I really apologise for that. But I'm going to hopefully blow your mind in today's video. We're going to talk about belief systems and how you can change your belief systems and completely alter the way that you believe things to be true. If right now your life sucks, it's probably a product of your belief system. Maybe you think that money is hard to come by, clients are difficult to sign, business is difficult, you know, the whole 99% of businesses fail. It's extremely probable that if you're not happy with your life, that your belief systems are to blame and your belief systems are responsible. And in this video, I'm going to explain how belief systems work. And I'm going to walk you through a technique that I use to completely change my belief systems and completely remove all the limiting beliefs that I had. And once I did this, it opened up the pathway for me to basically trailblaze my way to 8 figures and hopefully 9 and eventually, 10 figures, basically a billionaire. I learned this from Sam Evans. I can't lay credit to this content. A lot of what I'm going to explain in this video was taught to me by my mentor Sam maybe 7 years ago. And I want to thank him for that. And he's no longer active in this YouTube space. So I want to be the mouthpiece of knowledge. And I'm going to add my own spin to this so that, I can add my own experiences. I also apologize for the questionable facial hair, and my hair is still wet, so I just got out of the shower. But when you're in the shower and you have this idea and you're like, okay, I just need to go and do that right now, like a YouTube video, for example. That's kind of what happened. So we will get into this. Where is my rubber? Okay, there it is. Right, so we need to start from some first principles here, because you need to know what you're dealing with. I'm going to walk you through how to completely change your belief systems. And if you learn how to do this, and if you learn how to actually get into your brain at like a base level and like start toying around with the way that you perceive reality, if time elapses and you work hard, your life will completely change, right? There's a series of affirmations and beliefs that I tried to install into my paradigm that I did. Like, for example, I used to believe that money was difficult to get. I used to believe that money wasn't abundant. I used to believe that you have to be talented to become successful. I used to believe that, like, you know, I wasn't going to make it, and I used to have all this doubt about my abilities, and that would hold me back, and it would massively restrict my ability. But the true root of limit is belief. It really just comes down to your belief system. So I'm going to explain it. It's going to blow your mind. Let's get into it. So we have in our minds belief systems, right? So what we can do here is we can segregate these two terms. Probably shouldn't use the word segregate on YouTube, but you know what I mean by segregate. First of all, we need to understand what we're dealing with. What is a belief and what is a system? And once we understand what a belief and a system is, then we can start to make some progress towards actually changing them. But in order to change something, we have to first understand it, right? So let's start with the belief thing. And then we'll get into the system thing, because this is all going to make a lot of sense, right? And I'm going to explain to you how literally your entire life is just the consequence of what you believe your life to be. It really is the case that it doesn't matter what is true, only what you believe is true, because with work that will become true. That's a quote from Sam, right? So what is a belief, right? How do we define this and how do we understand it? So I'm going to put here belief, then I'm going to put a system. Okay. So a belief is basically a statement of truth, right? But really it's a statement of perceived truth, right? So for example, if I say to you, let's just stick with the financial beliefs, because I'm sure that's probably one that you really want to fix. Let's say that I say to you, money doesn't grow on trees, right? That is a statement of perceived truth, right? Or let's say that 99% of businesses fail. That's a statement of perceived truth. If you believe something, it is near enough impossible for you to behave in a way that is incongruent, out of alignment, or not conducive to the ascent of that belief. And this is a term in psychology called praxis. If you believe something to be a certain way, you will treat it in that way and you will act as if it is that way. What this means is that it's near enough impossible for you to build a company and make lots of money if you fundamentally believe that money is difficult to come by. Now that, you might then think, well, it is difficult to come by, and you'll start defending your belief. But here's the thing, people don't have beliefs, beliefs have people. You don't have belief systems, they have you. Right now, if you're not in the driver's seat of your belief systems, they're going to control you, and until you make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life and you will call it fate. Bit of Carl Jung for you there, right? So a belief is a statement of perceived truth. So any time that you look at the world, whether it's a physical thing in reality, like a car, or an abstraction like money, how you treat that thing and how you behave around it and how you act in accordance with it will depend on your perception of it, and that is what a belief system truly is. It's a statement of perceived truth, right? Another example, let's take dating, right? If I say, you know, pretty girls are not interested in men that make less than 6 figures, right? To make a controversial political statement. I'm not saying that's what I believe to be true, but maybe that's what you believe to be true. Now, if you believe that to be true and you're not making 6 figures, you're never going to have a pretty girl, because all of your behavior is going to be filtered through that. And even if a pretty girl was interested in you and you were making below 6 figures, if you truly believe that to be true, you would just self-sabotage the relationship or the connection you had with that person, because it's impossible for you to behave out of alignment with your belief, right? It's kind of like this. Think of it like this. Imagine, for example, that your life is like a bowling alley, right? And we have this lane, right? And here we have the gutter and the gutter, right? And so we have this bowling alley that you want to travel up, and here we've got the pins. You know, I don't know how many pins we actually have here, but you know, you get the point, right? Right. And so we have the gutters here, like so, okay? Now, what you want to try and do is you obviously want to throw the ball down to hit the pins. And this is, the pins here, they represent sort of, you know, what reality will actually be for you, right? And what the gutters basically represent is they represent your belief systems, right? And so what I'm trying to get at here is like, you know, when you have in bowling, you know, when you go bowling and you put the barriers up, you know, this represents the barriers, right? So this here is the reality that you can achieve if your current belief systems prevail, which they probably will if you haven't seen this video before or information similar to this. And these barriers are basically the perceived statements of truth, right? So these are your belief systems, right? Now the gutters here, they might seem bad, but you probably want to be in the gutter if you've got a faulty belief system. And this is a weird metaphor, but let me explain. So, you know, if you throw a ball, right, let's say that this bowling alley in question represents trying to make money, right? Now, if your goal is to make money and you start taking action to make money, you know, when you throw a ball and it's sort of, you know, you might throw it and it bounces off here, it bounces off here, bounces off here, bounces off here, like, and then that's it. This is the reality that can manifest as a result of you believing what you believe. So if you believe money is hard to get, and money is hard to come by, and money is scarce, and money doesn't grow on trees, and all this stuff, then the pins that you're going to hit in life is that money is hard to get. It's going to be, you know, financial restriction and a severe lack of financial freedom. And so what your belief systems do when you're taking actions in your life is they restrict your actions specifically between this so that you have to end up hitting the pins. Right? So another example, let's go back to this pretty girl thing, and your belief is that no pretty girl will be interested in me if I'm not making 6 figures, right? Once again, I'm not saying I believe that, I'm not saying you should believe that, it's just something that people believe, right, in certain circumstances, right? I almost said circumcisions then, that would have been pretty embarrassing and weird, wouldn't it? But the point is that, you know, you're going through life and you believe this thing that you can't get a pretty girl if you're not making 6 figures, and so you've got, you know, your belief systems here, and you're going to act, but what's going to end up happening is you're going to hit the pins of the belief, which means that you're not going to get a pretty girl because you believe you can. It's just impossible to do what you like. It's try to behave out of alignment with what you believe to be true. If you don't like Trump, or if you don't like a certain politician, try and go and vote for them. You won't do it. You'll be like, well, why would I do that? I don't believe it. Or, you know, if you believe that being vegan is a bad thing, and that your belief system is that being vegan is bad, try and go and be vegan, because you can. It's impossible to behave out of alignment with these things. And so when you set a belief, you set a reality, right? You set a concrete state of future for yourself. When you tell yourself something is true in a certain way, you ultimately restrict your entire, you restrict your entire life to that statement. You tie yourself to it, you don't have it, it has you, and you will bounce between certain belief systems to achieve a set reality. And this is like basically your life. If you believe that money is hard to get, as you go through life, you will bounce between those beliefs, and maybe if you start to make some money and you start to, like, you know, become financially free, you'll break it all down because fundamentally you believe that this isn't how the world works. This is a scam. This isn't like, this is all going to go to crap in like 2 months, and you'll just boop, 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 and then you'll end up hitting the pins that you probably don't want to hit. The better way to do this is to sort of flip this, right? Because right now the pins are surrounded by this sort of negative belief system, right? The better way to do this is to reframe the beliefs and take charge and sort of set them and control them. And tell yourself money is easy to come by. I can give you an example of this, right? So when I was trying to build my first company, my first agency that we got to 7 figures, when I started that agency, I fundamentally believed that it was difficult to set appointments, right? And that it was near enough impossible for me to reliably, consistently, predictably book appointments for my agency. And maybe you're struggling with this as well. But what I realized is it didn't matter what copy I used, it didn't matter what system I used, it didn't matter what I did to try and get clients and try and get appointments on the calendar. Fundamentally, I believed it was difficult, and I believed that I was never going to make it happen consistently. And so even when I stumbled across something that would have enabled me to be consistent with the appointment booking, I ultimately sabotaged that thing because it was like I had these belief systems, and if I started to go into the gutter, you know, if I almost went into the gutter, which would basically be behaving out of alignment with what I believe to be true, my
my consciousness would just bounce it back and bounce it back and bounce it back until we eventually achieved no appointments at all. And so one of the best things I ever did in my life, in my business, for my business progress, is I basically made a list of all of the beliefs that I had surrounding the thing that I was struggling with, and then it became super clear and apparent what the problem was, right? And so I actually made a video on this called the Outreach Epiphany, which was maybe like 2 years ago or something. But what you want to do, if you're struggling to achieve something, if you're struggling to win, if you're not making progress, do an audit of your belief systems, right, surrounding that thing. Like, what do I actually fundamentally believe to be true? What is my perception of truth about this thing that I'm dealing with? And it's extremely likely, if not near enough, almost always the case, that the reason you're struggling is because you believe it should be the case, right? If you've always, like, one thing I used to struggle with was gaining weight, right? Before I did this insane bulk and put on loads of weight, I used to be really skinny. Like, I'm not a big guy, right? I'm like 80 kilos now, but I used to be like, you know, super skinny, like 70 kilos, and I gained like 10 kilos in like 6 months. Wouldn't recommend that. It was pretty hellish to do, but I did it. And prior to that bulk, I always believed that I just struggled to gain weight. Like, I can't gain weight, and I'm a hard gainer. Like I'm not built to gain weight. And I had all these beliefs. And and the thing is you build these beliefs based off of, you know, your perception of the truth, which is, you know, of course it's always been difficult for me to gain weight. I was skinny as a kid, I was skinny growing up, doesn't matter how much I ate. But for as long as I kept telling myself that, it was just impossible for me to gain it. So it's so important that if you want to fix a problem in your life, you start with the root of the problem, which is the belief system. The symptom of psychological disease is behavior, right? But the root of the disease, you know, the real rot, the thing at the big, the conception of this problem is essentially, or genesis of this problem is the belief system, right? So a belief is basically a statement of truth. And the thing is about this is I say the truth, but the truth is obviously subjective, right? So some people will believe different things to be true than others, and you know, often there's no real right or wrong. It's just, you know, who is subjectively closer to the objective. But that's a question for another day, right? The whole truth thing. But I'm hoping this is starting to make sense. A belief is a statement of truth about something that you're dealing with, and it fundamentally impacts how you deal with that thing. So one of the smartest things that I did was just reframe my relationship with money, my relationship with health, etc., etc. And almost always when I have a problem in my life, all I have to do is look at my belief systems. It's as simple as like, okay, oh yeah, you know, we had like a down quarter. Why? Oh, well, because I believe this, blah, 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 right? So the next question really is like, how do your beliefs form over time? Like, because I can tell you now that there's a cause to every effect, every action has an opposite and equal reaction. So you've got all of these beliefs in your head, and you've got all these things in your mind about how the world works and the way that you orient yourself in it that fundamentally restrict your ability to be successful. And I can tell you now that 99% of your belief systems are probably out of alignment with the objective nature of the world, which is totally fine. And really, your entire goal in life should just be to line yourself up with the truth, right? And sacrifice your ego in the process. But in order for you to do that, you have to understand where these things actually come from, right? So once again, I can't lay claim to the ideation of what I'm about to explain. This was from Sam, my mentor, right? So the idea is that, how will I even draw this? Yeah. So the idea is that a belief system is as simple as a binary scale, right? So you know how like you've got like a scale like this, right? And this can, just right here, scale, right? So when we think about beliefs, we need to have something tangible. So let's just once again take money, right? And we'll take money in terms of, you know, whether or not it is abundant, like, you know, restrictive, or whether or not it is easy to come by, right? So we've got really two types of belief when it comes to money. We've got negative belief, which is money's hard to make, money's difficult to come by, I can't save money, and let's, you know, you can have hundreds of these statements. And you've got money is easy to come by, right? I'm just going to write something else here. Okay. So here's how it works, right? In your awareness, in your consciousness, you essentially have 5 senses, right? And
throughout your life, you're going to have experiences, and an experience is essentially like a sensory experience, right? It can be a sensory experience or it can be a non-sensory experience. So there's two types. So you can have a sensory experience or an imaginary experience. And when you have experiences, typically in life, relevant to something specific like money, experiences are either positive or negative, right? That's kind of almost always how it works. So when it comes to something specific like girls or money or food or your weight or your relationship with your parents or whether or not you like beans, whether or not you like Nazis, whether like all these things that you can form belief systems around, like you're going to have experiences, right? And so this can either be sensory or imaginary. So a sensory experience is essentially when one of your five senses receives information relevant to the thing in question. So, for example, you know, in terms of sensory experiences, let's say that when you are 9 years old, you go out to a super expensive restaurant and you eat super expensive food. Now, you probably haven't got the intelligence at the age of 9 to comprehend, you know, the price of food and stuff like that. So let's actually just pretend that you're 15, right? And you go out for dinner, and let's say you go out with, you know, like you've got a really rich uncle, right? And your really rich uncle, they take you out to this dinner and you eat the expensive food and it tastes amazing. So that's one sense of like, oh my goodness, like I'm basically eating money. You know, you've got the ambience of the restaurant, you've got the, you can see the price of the bill, you see the thing, and your uncle's like, oh, it doesn't matter, or whatever, I'll just buy it, blah, blah, blah. And so you essentially have an experience, right, from your senses. You know, your senses are registering stimuli in your environment and processing them into your brain. And when you have a sensory experience, you form basically an either positive or negative belief, right? And so what this means is this scale is you have a scale, which is basically a belief scale, for almost every single thing in the world, right? So, for example, I can just use a simple example. In my apartment, or well, it's not an apartment, in my house, I've got all these plants. I don't know if you can see those. I've got all these plants. And so my belief system is that having plants in your office is nice and good. And that's because when I was growing up as a kid, my mum was obsessed with houseplants. And so, you know, she'd always tell me how much she loved them and how good they were for environment and how good they were for working and stuff. And, you know, she was really into gardening and nature and plants. And so as a kid, like I had loads of sensory experiences about plants being good. If you look at your environment, you might not have any plants in your environment and then be like, why? Well, you never had any positive experiences with them, right? And I know that's weird, but I have a scale for plants, right? So whether or not I believe that plants are good to have in an office, every single nuance of your psychology is based off of this model of this, how this scale works. So let's keep this one simple and go back to money, right? Because I could talk about houseplants for a long time. But let's keep this simple back to money. So whether or not you, let's actually talk about, with money specifically, let's talk about like finance abundance, right? So, you know, with money, you're gonna have all these sub-beliefs around like how it works and whether or not banks are good and like whether or not capitalism is good or bad and like what you think of this and that. But let's just talk about financial abundance because that's probably what you're looking to achieve from this video, right? So in your head, you have a scale, and this scale is an unconscious measure of how money is and how, whether or not it's abundant. And so every time you have a sensory experience that indicates that money is abundant or scarce, you stack what we would call a rock on this scale, right? So what you have on this scale at either end is like a basket, like this, right? And so what we're doing, basically, let's just attach these like this. Okay, so you've got two baskets. This one over here is for the positive side of money. And this one over here is for the negative side of money, right? So positive experiences go here, negative experiences go here. Now, if you have more positive experiences about money and financial abundance than negative experiences, then you will believe that money is more abundant. Now, this is not a binary scale. Beliefs are not binary, right? Unless we're talking politics or diet or stuff like that, this is a scale of sort of like how, like we've got over here, we believe it's really abundant, and over here we've got no abundance. So this could be, it's a 1, and this is a 10. 10 out of 10 being like, everyone can be a billionaire, like money grows on trees quite literally, blah, blah, blah. 1 is everyone lives in poverty and the rich are just evil, right? And so this is a scale. It's not either I believe money's abundant or not, it's how much do you believe it, and that will impact your behavior accordingly, right? But we'll get into this and maybe in another video. Yeah, the non-binary concepts are pretty complicated, so you can get into that if you want, put a comment, blah, 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 right? So every time you have a sensory experience, which means that in your body, you either feel something, you taste something, you hear something, you see something, or I can't even remember the other one. You get the point, right? What is it? Touch something. I don't care. I can't even name the 5 senses. You probably shouldn't listen to a word I say. But anytime you have a sensory experience, for example, if you're watching a YouTube video and you see someone that has a really nice house, or if you're listening to a podcast and you hear Warren Buffett talk about how the market's huge, or you eat a really expensive steak, or you're touching some silk that's really expensive. Any sensory experience that is like, oh my goodness, money's abundant, what happens is you stack rocks on either side of these, right? So if the experience is positive, for example, you're 5 years old and your dad gets a $10,000 bonus from work and he buys you a new toy. Here you go, son, I got a bonus, dad had a really great day at work, he's made a load of money, this is for you. That's a positive experience with money, right? And so if that happened, you're gonna stack a rock over here on the positive experience side of the scale. But if you've had a negative experience when you were, say, 4 or 5 years old, and maybe you're watching your mum cut coupons out of a newspaper, and she's saying, oh, I got to cut these coupons because we haven't got any money is really scarce. Well, that's going to stack on this side, right? Now, different rocks have different sizes depending on the emotional impact of the experience. So the more positive the emotion, the more strong the emotion on either side of the scale, the stronger that will weigh. For example, one negative experience can completely skew your entire life, and that's called trauma, right? So, let's say, for example, when you're 7 years old, your dad goes bankrupt, and you go from living in a nice, good home to literally being homeless. That's a traumatic experience, and it doesn't, that scale is going to tip. Even though you just got one rock can, one negative rock can outscale and outweigh 100 positive rocks. And likewise, one positive rock can outweigh and outscale 100 negative rocks. And so what happens over time is, let's say, for example, that we have way more, positive experiences about money when we're growing up, and all of these sensory experiences, and maybe we've got a couple of bad ones, maybe like our neighbours go bankrupt, or maybe 2008 financial crisis, we see the news that it's like, no, everyone's going broke. But for the most part, throughout your life up until now, the sensory experiences and the stimuli that has presented itself to you through your environment has been overall net positive by a little bit. Well, what's going to happen if that happens, right, is the scale is naturally going to be tipped for you, right? And so it might look like this, right? Where we've got, the positive over here with all the rocks, blah, 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 right? And then we've got the negative over here with a couple of rocks, but nothing significant, right? And so this person's scale, throughout their experiences is positive. And this means that money is abundant. Now, they might believe that it's, abundant, but once again, it comes down to how abundant specifically do you believe money is. But I'm hoping you start to get this point. Your experiences form your belief systems, and you should never be attached to a belief system. People get their ego so intertwined and wound up with these, when all a belief really is a collection of statements about, or a collection of experiences about something. And this is where the kicker comes in, because just because you experience the world in a certain way, that does not mean it's that way for everyone. And this is something that you're going to have to learn and have to realize and develop your, emotional and spiritual maturity. Just because the world was a certain way for you growing up doesn't mean it's that way for everyone. Likewise, if one person has a really positive experience growing up with money and they believe money's abundant, and so they can go on, if you're wondering why the rich get richer, by the way, it's as simple as that.
You know, rich kids grow up, they see money as extremely abundant, their belief systems toward money are biased towards money being abundant, and so they act in accordance with that and go and make a ton of money. Poor people growing up, they believe that money is restricted and fundamentally impossible to make, and that only people who are born into money can make money. And how on earth do you expect to make money if you fundamentally believe that it's restricted and it's impossible to make? You can, but then you ask me, well, Charlie, but that's the way the world works. It's how it worked for you, right? And just because it worked for you in the past that way doesn't mean it has to work for you that way in the future. So, you know, just in the same way that it could tip positively, the scale could also tip, you know, negatively, where, you know, we've got like, you know, some very significant, you know, negative experiences, you know, maybe like a huge, big negative experience like this. And, you know, we've got just a couple of positive ones. And so we naturally, you know, bias towards thinking that money is difficult to make, right? So the point here is that you might then be thinking, okay, well, I'm kind of screwed. I'm kind of buggered here because I grew up and I believe that money is scarce and I believe that money is hard to come by. And, you know, you can do this with anything, by the way. I'm using financial abundance because it's the most tangible and probably the most emotionally attached to get you to watch the end of this YouTube video, right? But you can do this with anything. But we're going to stick to the financial one because this video is about how to help you make money, right? But you might be thinking, well, damn, I am screwed then because I grew up and we didn't really have much, and like, sure, it was modest, but I just firmly believe that getting clients is going to be hard and making money is going to be hard, blah, 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 blah. So great, thanks Charlie, thanks for letting me know that I'm screwed and blah, blah, blah. The point I'm about to make is this is not deterministic. Just because it's been this way up until now and all your behavior has come out of your bias towards the lack of financial abundance, or, you know, it doesn't have to be that way forever. You can literally change this and you can literally flip the scale. I used to think that money was abundant. My father, I love him. I love him to bits. I've got a great relationship with my dad. My dad is, and he'd be happy for me to say this, he'd be proud of this, he is quite tight with money. He doesn't like to spend money, he likes to save it. He's always drilled it into me from the get-go as a kid. Do not spend your money, do not, you know, do this, do not do that, like save your money for a rainy day. And that's how he believes the world should be. And that's his belief system. And he got that from my grandfather, who was a farmer, who probably got that from his grandfather, who was a farmer, blah, blah, blah. But essentially what your parents will do when you're growing up is they will share and almost force their belief systems onto you. Not in a malevolent way, but it's because that's the way they see the world and that's the way they think the world exists and works. And so they want to part that knowledge with you because they think that's what's best, because that's how it's been for them, right? So I love my dad and I have no resentment towards him for having my best interests at heart. But if you mapped our belief systems about money, mine would be that money is easy to make, it's so abundant. And my dad was a successful man. I say was as if he's died, but he's retired now. But my dad believed, you know, you've got to get the 9 to 5, you know, you work for all these years. He had a really good career in finance. I love him to bits. We have a great relationship. But it's funny nowadays because him and I have completely different belief systems on how money works and how abundant it is and how you make it and everything like that. And so my dad's way more risk averse, way more like, you know, save it. And I'm way more just like, you know, spend it and just have a good time. Although, you know, within reason, right? I haven't got my Casio on today and my t-shirt costs about $5. So you can see how it rubs off, right? But ultimately we're very different in that regard. And so my point that I'm making there with my dad is growing up, I didn't have negative experiences with money because we never struggled financially, but my dad would make lots of statements about money that would bias my belief in a negative way in terms of financial abundance. So, you know, save your money, it's not easy to come by. You've got to work, you know, years and years before you actually start to make good money. All these things, you know, not negative things to say, that it's pretty reasonable advice, but entrepreneurially, it's going to be quite restricted, right? And so my natural scale was biased towards negative experience in that regard when I was around, you know, 18 to 19 when I started my first business. And I have been able to, over time, completely skip that belief system and tip the scale, you know, to bias towards financial abundance, right? And to really, you know, have so many positive experiences with it that I bias it. Now, your question might then be, okay, Charlie, well, how? Because, like, you almost think it's a chicken and the egg scenario, right? If I need belief systems to line up with financial abundance before I can have financial abundance, but the only way that I can have the belief system change is by having sensory experiences that it has changed, how the hell do I do that? Because you have this natural sort of catch-22. It's like, okay, well, I need to believe money's abundant to like have abundant money, but if I don't have abundant money, I haven't got experiences to know that it is abundant, so how do I do it? I get the paradox, right? So let's get into that. Okay, so we've talked about this, and if you remember, there's two ways that you can form beliefs. There's two like sort of entrances or portals to your unconscious that ultimately will enable you to believe the world works in a certain way. And as we've discussed, you've got this paradox and stuff, but what you might have forgotten is there's another way for us to have experiences. Remember, it's experiences that stack this scale and tip it either way, so positive or negative. For example, you probably don't like Nazis. I would hope you don't like Nazis, right? And the reason that you don't like them is because you have had lots of negative experiences with them throughout history class, throughout movies, throughout books, throughout anecdotal stuff. You've probably heard lots of bad things about them. And so if you ask the average person in the modern world, what's your belief about Nazis, you're probably going to say they're evil, they're bad. And that's because, and objectively, they absolutely are, right? But that's because you've had so many negative experiences. But there's some people in the world called neo-Nazis who, you know, love the Nazis and think that Nazis are God's gift to the earth, which I couldn't disagree more with. But the reason that they believe that's the case is because they've had lots of positive experiences from psychopaths who just think that Nazis are good, right? So this can work in lots of different ways, but now let's talk about imagination, right, and imaginary experiences. Because the sensory experiences, they sort of set the tone for your, you know, belief systems, and ultimately, like, your entire life is predictable by nature. It's predictable. If you understand someone's belief systems, you almost always are able to predict and understand their behavior, right? And all you really have to do to understand someone's belief systems is to understand the sensory experiences they've had throughout their life. But there's one variable that we need to account for, and that is imagination. So, how do I spell that right? I think I might have messed it up. Maybe I've messed it up. But either way, imagination, right? This is using your brain to create experiences. I'm going to give you an example. Right now, like, you know, for an experience to be positive or negative in terms of the impact it has on your belief system, it has to register some sort of emotion, right? Because if it doesn't register an emotion, it technically doesn't get into your thalamus and actually mess things around with your belief systems, right? So what I want you to do is I want you to close your eyes, or you don't have to close them, you might feel a bit weird, but I want you to remember a memory, and I want you to go into your head now, and I want you to go back to something that happened recently, or whatever recently, that made you feel really embarrassed, or maybe made you really cringe, right? Like, I want you to go back to something that you did, or something you said, you know, I'm sure you've got it, and it made you feel, just cringe and horrible, right? I know I've got a fair few of those examples, right? So go into your memory and just imagine it. Imagine something that you've done in the past that's really cringeworthy and makes you feel really sort of like, oh. Or go into your memory and just imagine something sad, something that happened to you that is sad, right? So I hope you've just done that. Now, what you've done is you've used your imagination. And in the process of using your imagination, you have created an experience, right? So remember, we've got experiences that can be positive or negative, and they can be created in two ways, right? Sensory or imagination. So imagination, we really can split this into two forms, right? We have our actual imagination, right? Imagination, or we can actually just call this visualization. And memory. So this works in two ways. Visualization is a method, is a form of imagination, and this works on the future, and memory works on the past. So what can happen with your belief systems? Remember what I talked earlier about with the rocks and the stacking scales, they can go up and down and stuff like that? You can have one negative experience about money, right? And that negative experience can be stacked over and over again if you continue to play that back in your mind, right? So your imagination is way more responsible for your belief system stacking than your sensory experiences, because your sensory experiences are fundamentally limited, right? So let's say you have one negative experience to do with money. You know, one time, you know, where, you know, you're at a restaurant, you know, and you're at a restaurant and your father goes to pay for the food and, you know, his card fails, and then it's really embarrassing because he can't pay for the food because he doesn't have any money, right? That's like just an example. It's not happened to me as an example, but like, you know, let's just say that was like, you know, you have one negative experience that's really embarrassing about money, right? Now, this is one experience. This is a standalone single experience. But every time you replay that experience in your memory, it becomes a secondary experience. So suddenly you've had two. And if every time you think about this and replay what happened in your mind and feel the emotions associated with it, you are creating more and more of these experiences. Just one negative experience or one positive experience can become 100, 1,000, 10,000, depending on how much you replay it in your mind. And so this is why, for example, I can give you a perfect example. I believe that I cannot draw. And in case you hadn't been able to tell, you've been watching these videos, right? I can't draw to save my life, right? And this is a belief system that I have about myself and the way that I've oriented myself in the world. And the reason that I cannot draw is, I've traced this back. When I was in primary school, you know, I would try to draw things. And my sister, who's a year younger than me, so 1 year below me in primary school, is an incredible artist. She's very creative, very talented, and, you know, she was great. And I don't know exactly what happened, but my inkling is this. When I was younger, maybe 6 or 7, and my sister was starting school, we'd be side by side working on like art or something like that. And I think what probably happened is I would draw something, but my sister's drawing would be better objectively. And the teacher would say like, wow, your sister got all the creative genes. Obviously, you know, what a weird thing to say to like a 6-year-old, but you know, your sister's the creative one and you're the practical one or something like that, right? And so what happened is I understand that I don't think I can draw, and that's a belief, and I've stacked the scales of drawing in a negative way, right? And that's because I've told myself so many times I can't draw because of probably one thing that happened when I was a kid. It honestly, there is like any belief in your life exists for a reason. It doesn't just come out of nowhere, all right? Anything that you believe to be true about the way the world or something specific works, or the way that you work in the world, came from somewhere. You can track it back and you will be able to find a single experience that, you know, started the entire trajectory of that belief becoming either positive or negative. And what happens if the experience is you know, super positive or super negative, then what's going to happen is you're going to continuously replay that in your mind because the brain craves emotional stimulation, and you're going to continue to stack the scales. So standalone, one teacher saying to you one time, Charlie, you can't draw, is not that bad. But if that teacher said it in front of the whole class and now your sister's laughing at you as well, you're going to continue to replay that over and over again. And so whenever I come to draw something, it always looks like a potato or a banana. I just ruin it. And that's because I believe I can't draw. And so it's impossible for me to draw properly because like, I just fundamentally believe I can. But I know this, and I could address this and correct my belief systems, but I've got bigger fish to fry than being able to draw stuff right now, you know, in terms of my belief systems. So just know that. So your memory is one way for you to cement your beliefs and to stack the scales. But another thing that you can use is visualization, right? And this is where you close your eyes and you basically visualize a certain state of reality that may be out of alignment with what you currently believe to be true, but you visualize it and you feel the emotions associated with it, and that's another way for you to stack the scales. So the real question that you're probably asking is, how do I change my belief systems and how do I reorient myself in accordance with money or women or whatever it is you're trying to get? And it all comes down to how you use your imagination. Because if every day you wake up, you're replaying bad stuff that happened in the past about the thing specifically, and you're visualizing things about the future that are just bad with accordance with the thing they're dealing with, you'll just continuously exponentially stacking the scales, right? So an example of this is like, your body will respond to imagination. If you look at the placebo effect, it really does, it actually works. Like, if you believe that a drug is going to work, your physical being and your body will actually, like, even if the effect doesn't exist medically, your body will still register it in that way, and you'll be better. So it's kind of like, it's pretty cool. And so this is imagination, right? Every time you replay a bad memory, every time you play a bad visualization or a state of the future, you are essentially stacking the scales to be negative, right? So how do we use imagination to actually make this work? Well, I'm going to put a plug in that, and we're going to talk about systems, and then it's going to come into it, and it's going to make a lot of sense, right? So let me actually just do this. Okay. So in there's a field of study called systems thinking, which is a field of thought that you can apply and use to near enough everything in life to explain how things work. You might have seen me do it before on this YouTube channel, and once again I got this from Sam. So I'm going to just explain basically how beliefs work, right? So remember earlier we talked about belief systems, right? I don't know why that B looks so cursed, but we talked about belief systems. Well, we've explored the belief side of things now, and you should understand what a belief is and how it works, right? But now we need to understand systems. We need to understand, like, how do these things work as systems, because they are predictable and reliable, and by nature we can track them. So the way a system works is as follows, right? I'm just going to draw it like this. Okay. If you're unfamiliar with this, it should change your life. Okay. So here we have the process, right? Here we have inputs. Here we have outputs. Here we have feedback. And here we have the environment. So the way a system works, essentially, any system in the world, in your body, so whether it's a solar system or a respiratory system or a belief system, works like this. Inputs are processed to create outputs. The outputs then feed back into the inputs, and the environment dictates the processing of all of these things, right? So how this would work in terms of a belief system is very simple. The inputs, these are basically, the input here is information, right? And information is basically sensory stimuli that occurs in your environment. For example, I'm giving you information right now. And the process in a belief system is obviously pretty self-explanatory. This is the belief itself, right? And we now know that a belief is a perceived statement of truth. And so what happens is you're going to receive information, whether it's through a YouTube video, a book, anecdotal evidence from a person or anything, and this information is going to be processed through your belief system. It's going to be processed through the perceived statements of truth about the world. And once you process this, the output of this is reality. And what will happen is reality, which comes as a result of it, will feed back into the information, and you'll start to seek more information to confirm the belief so that you can confirm this reality even further, right? And the environment will just start, pumping this out. So I'll give you an example. Information, right? So if you come across, let's say that you do not like Donald Trump, right? You really don't like him. Your belief statements around Donald Trump, you've stacked the experiences negatively. You've got lots of negative rocks about Trump, and you really don't like him. Let's say the information is this. The stimuli is a Facebook post talking about Trump's plan for the presidency, right? And well, you're going to read this information, and if you read this information will be processed through the current perceived statements of truth you have about the thing that is in question, right? And so if the information is about Trump and the belief is that Trump is bad, then the reality that you bring as a result of this will be that Trump is bad, right? It's as simple as that. If you believe, and you stack the scales to believe that Trump is good, and that you've had lots of positive experiences surrounding Trump, and you think he's God's gift to the planet, right? And you read this information, you'll process the information through that belief system you have, and the reality will be that Trump is good, right? And you'll basically believe and think that Trump is good. And this is sort of a feedback loop, right? Because every time you seek information that confirms what you believe to be true, your reality gets even more solidified, and that then feeds back into the information that you seek in the future, right? So, for example, if you're on Facebook or if you're on YouTube and you see a video, like let's say you hate Trump, you go onto your YouTube homepage, you see a video saying, here's why Trump should win the election, you're probably not going to click on it, right? The behavior, well really the reality, this is actually behavior is the output kind of, but the information is a thumbnail about Trump being good, the belief is that I hate Trump, the reality is you don't click on the video, and the feedback is that YouTube stops showing you information about Trump. And this is how your reality becomes super, super solidified, right? You know, if the belief is money is hard to come by, and the information is, hey, buy my course, I'm going to teach you how to make $1 million. Well, if the belief is that money is hard to come by and millionaires are born, not made, then the reality is going to be that you haven't got any money because you don't take action on the information. I'm not saying you should buy people's courses, I'm just giving you an example, right? If you read Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, but you believe that money doesn't work like that, then you're probably going to stop reading the book and going back to your miserable life, right? And then that's going to feed back, and you're going to start to seek information that confirms the reality that you already have. Because we don't seek information and we don't process information in a positive light if our reality is not in that way. So how do we break this cycle? You know, it's going round and round and round. The key is the belief system, right? Because information is very chaotic. You know, you don't know what sort of information you're going to receive, especially if you're on social media and you're relying on algorithms to present you things. Like this is going to like. The environment will fly with this. The environment is like an algorithm, for example, right? On like Facebook or whatever. If you're on Facebook, you're asking for it, by the way. But this is like, the secret here is how do we change the processing of the information, right? Because if your belief right now is like, okay, well, money's hard to come by, it doesn't matter what information you receive, it will be processed, that'll be a reality, and then it will feed back and you'll just have this exponential loop. You'll get to 85, die with no money, right? Not what you want to be. So it comes once again back to the imagination thing. So what you need to do is you need to learn how to effectively visualize. And this is kind of the point of this video. It's all about affirmation. And I'm not telling you that you need to sit in a room and smile to yourself and tell you that you love yourself for 10 times, and then suddenly Marge Simpson appears in the mirror and starts shouting at you. Why did I say Marge Simpson? Who's that? What's that? What is wrong with me? Why did I say Marge Simpson? I meant like, is it Mary? You know when you said like Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, and then something appears in the, I don't know why I said Marge Simpson. I don't know why my brain went there, but I'm here for it. I like Marge Simpson. She's all right. Great voice. Anyway, so it's all about the imagination, right? It's all about the imagination. So now I'm going to give you some practical steps to actually fix this. And I'm just going to swipe that reminder. So if you're not happy with the state of your life, it's probably because of a belief. And you need to change that belief if you want to change your behavior, to change your life, right? Everything is upstream of the belief. So how do you do this? Well, the first thing that you need to do, the first sort of step in this process, step one, is to list belief systems, right? So take the thing in question, like money, and make a list of everything that you believe to be true about this thing. So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to find you a real live example of me having done this. Because like I actually did this a while ago. And I'm going to find it. It might take me a minute, so just bear with me here. But I actually did this. Like I know this works because I literally did it for myself. And this was for the appointment booking thing. So remember what I was talking about earlier with like, I was really struggling to get clients for my business, and like, I just believed that it was impossible. Let me try and find this. All right, I think I've nearly found it. This is the quality of content you can expect when you come to my YouTube channel. It's just me on my laptop for like 5 minutes trying to find something completely unprepared. Here we go. Okay, so what I basically did is I was struggling and I realized this and I couldn't get clients and I did this. Now I've got like more, I've gone from literally not knowing how to book a single appointment a day to having 10 sales reps and having more appointments than I actually need. Like we are constantly fully booked, right? So in the space of maybe 5 years, my reality has gone from like, I can't even book an appointment a day to I can now book like 80 appointments a day, and the problem I have right now in my business is I don't have enough sales reps to take the appointments. And it's because I believe that appointments is so easy. Like, I believe that booking appointments and getting qualified appointments with potential prospects is the easiest thing in the world. It's just like running a tap and drinking water for me. It's so effortless and it's so easy. And I firmly, strongly, honestly believe that nothing is easier, and it's just the most obvious and straightforward and easy thing in the world to do ever. It's literally just like brushing my teeth. Like, it comes intuitive for me. I have no struggle doing it. I can book as many as I want. I can control the flow, and I have absolutely no problem or restriction in my life with regarding to appointments. If you asked me what I thought about appointment booking 5 years ago, I would have said, booking appointments is impossible, it's really difficult, no one wants to talk to me, but I've been able to completely re-engineer my belief systems, and I'm sure you can tell. It's the same thing with money. I believe that money is extremely easy to make. I believe that 6 figures is just effortless. I believe that 7 figures is effortless. I believe that 8 figures is entirely possible, right? Like, I believe that 10 grand a month is so easy to make that near enough everyone should be making it. I believe that money literally grows on trees. There's so much out there, and it's so easy to make and get if you know where to look and know how to do it. It's really easy. It's not difficult. Like, I actually believe these things, and I know that you don't. I know that you're watching this thinking like, yeah, but it's easy for you to say that when you're already making money. But if you asked me 5 years ago, like, I'd be like, well, money's really hard to make, and I can't make it, and like 10 grand a month is like impossible, and like blah, 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 blah. Like, it's funny how I've changed over time, but it's not, I haven't changed. It's just my belief systems have changed, because really, what are we except from a big collection and cluster of beliefs, right? So let me get into this. I want to actually show you this because this is pretty cool. So this is actually what I did, right? I don't know if you can see this on the screen here, but I basically went through and I listed out all of my limiting or faulty beliefs to do with the thing I was dealing with, right? So I'm going to read them to you, right? So getting clients is hard. Sales is hard. I don't like outreach. Outreach is painful. It's hard to get clients. I'm afraid of outreach. People won't respond. People will judge me. It's hard to land meetings. I can't get clients. I'm not good at outreach. I don't want to do outreach. Blank is more important than outreach. I'll just do double tomorrow. I don't get outreach. I don't have the right copy. No one responds. The market is saturated. I don't have the right approach. I should get the copy right first. My outreach problems can't be solved. Outreach just sucks and always will. No matter what, I'll never get meetings. I've already tried everything to get clients. There's too much competition. I'll let them come to me. I don't want to spam people. I'd rather do something else, right? Those were my fault. I wrote down everything I believed to be true about outreach. And that then became extremely apparent and clear as to why I wasn't getting clients. How on earth can you get appointments if you think like that? Right? It's impossible. Of course you can't get clients if you believe all those things, right? But really, all of those beliefs were just me defending myself from pain. I was just in denial. Like, I wanted to believe outreach was difficult because I knew that if I started doing outreach, I'd have a business to build and it'd be painful, right? So what I did instead is I did basically step number 2. And this is actually, I don't know if you can see this, but this is actually the piece of paper I did that on. And this exercise, this piece of paper, quite literally changed my life. I don't know if you can see this on that legal pad there, all those years ago. I wrote down all those statements, and it then I was sort of like, it was very liberating because I was literally looking at the problem. I was like, oh my God, this is exactly what's holding me back. For as long as it's not about the copy, it's not about the software you use, it's not about the business model, it's all about your beliefs. And if you write them out and you see them, you're like, oh, of course that's the problem, right? So basically what I did is I took all of the faulty beliefs, and step 2, right? Step 2 is to perform the antonym exercise, right? So I call this the antonym exercise. Antonym basically means opposite, right? So an antonym is like if you have a specific word, like, you know, if the word is wrong, what's the antonym of wrong? Right. You know, it's the opposite word of the thing. A synonym is a similar word used to describe the same thing. An antonym is a different. So basically, oh, nearly broke a bottle of water there. Mate, the amount of Evian sparkling bottles that I've dropped in this house that I haven't smashed is commendable. But anyway, sorry about that. So, antonym exercise. So what you want to do is you want to make a list of all of the negative beliefs, limiting beliefs you have about the thing you're dealing with, like money or girls or whatever it is you're trying to get. And then you want to list the opposite of those beliefs. So I read out to you a second ago all of my limiting beliefs about outreach that were in play 5-6 years ago. And these were the opposites, right? So what I had to do is I had to root out the problem, which was the belief system, change it around, and I'm making a right mess of this video now. Sorry. But this is the way I did it, right? So I had all these belief systems that were wrong and that were limiting. Getting clients is hard, sales is hard, I don't like outreach, like no one responds, market is saturated, blah, blah, blah. And what I did is I inverted them, right? So I performed the antonym exercise. I inverted the beliefs and I wrote down the opposite statements. So that was, and this is funny because I now believe all of these things. I literally now believe the opposite of everything I used to believe. So I listed out my negative beliefs before. These were the beliefs that I wanted to install into my life at the time. Getting clients is easy. Sales is easy. I love outreach. Outreach is fun. It's easy to get clients. I'm not afraid of outreach. People will respond. People won't judge me. It's easy to land clients. I can get clients. I'm good at outreach. I want to do outreach. Nothing is more important than outreach. I'll just do double today. I get outreach. I have the right copy. Everyone responds. The market is abundant. I know the right approach. I should just get the copy right second. My outreach problem can be solved. Outreach never sucks and never will. No matter what, I'll always get meetings. I've never tried everything. There's too little competition. The market isn't saturated enough. I'll come to them. I'm not spamming people, and I'd always rather do outreach. So this is literally, all of these statements here were the polar opposite to the things that I believe to be true. And so I then looked at the polar opposite, and I looked at the antonym exercise and the list of things that were inverted from the negative things. And I asked myself, if I truly believe everything on this list to be true, I would then act in accordance with it. Because remember, it all comes back to this little diagram, right? You know, we've got inputs, you know, we've got information, right? We've got belief, and then we've got reality, right? And if you want to change your reality, you can't change the information you receive because that's up to the universe, right? And if you want the feedback loop to be so that, you know, your reality changes and blah, 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 you focus on the beliefs. If like I was unsuccessful and I was completely struggling when all of the information about outreach was being filtered through, you know, all of these negative statements. But as soon as I switched the belief around, I processed this information in a completely different way, with a completely different mental comprehension mechanism, with a completely different paradigm, and my reality shifted and changed. Your beliefs create your reality. It doesn't matter what is true, only what you believe is true, because with work, that will become true. Sam Evans for you, all right? This information completely changed my life. It completely altered the trajectory of my entire existence, and all I had to do was make the unconscious conscious. All I had to do was question myself and look at my belief systems and ask myself, is that really how it works? Does it really have to be like that? Is outreach really difficult? Because there's a lot of people that get a lot of clients. Why does it have to be like that? And you have to just ask yourself why, right? Now, once you've made the antonym exercise list, right? And once you've got, I'm just going to call this, I'm just going to change this to the list. List, belief, right? Inversions. So you want to invert your belief system so you then see what you need to believe. Because I can tell you now that if you list out your negative beliefs and what's limiting you right now, and you write down the opposite of all those things, like you want a lot. There was like 25, 30 of them, not just like 2 or 3. Make the list of everything. Everything you believe, everything you can possibly think of about the thing you're trying to fix. List out the inverted version of that. Look at the inversion and ask yourself, if I believe for that to be true, will I be successful? The answer is yes, right? Because it wouldn't be any other way. There's a bit of lag, there's a bit of latency between changing your belief system and changing reality. But how do we do this, right? Well, the third step is affirmation. So what you now want to do is you want to use your imagination to create visualized experiences in your head that tip the scales. So remember how I said this, where you've got these scales and they tip either negatively or they can tip positively, right? Well, what you want to try and do is you need to force this into your brain. You need to, the new belief systems that you have, these belief inversions, you need to replace these here with these here. If you don't, you won't be successful. It's as simple as that, right? So what you want to do is you want to take your list of belief inversions, this antonym list that we just created, and you need to force that into your brain. You need to create so many positive experiences surrounding these belief systems that your brain has no choice but to change the way it perceives and believes the world, right? I'm living proof of this. I used to believe I couldn't make money and get clients, and now I have more money and clients I know what to do with. I had to move to Dubai because of the tax, for crying out loud, right? So it's all about affirmation. So remember, it's sensory or imagination. There's the only two ways that your brain can really process information to form beliefs. And so what we're doing with affirmation is we're basically using our imagination to visualize a better future. And so let me explain how to do this, right? So I'm going to give you some examples of some actual affirmations that I use every morning and every evening for literally about 3 years, right? And I drilled this home time and time and time again. I created voice notes, and I would listen to the voice notes on the way to the gym, on the way back from the gym. I would listen to these when I was falling asleep. Like, you want to drill those statements that you've just listed out, that you should list out now, by the way, if you haven't done it. You need to just repeat them to yourself so much that they just get ingrained, and then you have no choice but to believe. Because this is how you form your beliefs in the first place. It's just through repeating the same statements, basically. So you can undo all the stuff that you've messed up in the first place, right? So let me dig into this and see if I can find for you some affirmations, right? Okay, so here we go. I already got them up, right? So you can see this here, this list. Don't know if you can see this. So these are affirmations that I wrote. When would I have wrote these? This was a long, long time ago. This would have been in, this was like 2018. My goodness. So I'll read you some out, right? In 2018, 7 years ago, 5 years ago, would have been 2018, didn't have any money, didn't have any clients, didn't have any appointments. Now I have more than I know what to do with. And I wrote this out, right? And I would read these every day. I have the power and skills to get as many clients as I want whenever I want them. I find client acquisition easy, and I feel optimistic and enthusiastic. I love the fact that my agency onboards 2 new clients every week as the lowest standard. I feel beside myself with joy knowing I've nailed a system to do this. Bear in mind, when I'm telling myself this, I have no clients. So it feels like I'm lying, but you just need to drill these statements over and over again, right? I am absolutely effing amazing at generating appointments for my business easily. I have an amazing positive association with outreach and appointment booking, and I'm unstoppable in my appointment booking generation. I find building appointment systems to generate 4 to 5 appointments per day for my business easy. I am naturally gifted at lead generation for my business and find that clients flock to me in abundance. The funny thing is all these things are now true about my life. Isn't that terrifying? I know you can't see who I was when I was 18, but I'm going to read some of these out, and these are all true. And I wrote all of these down, 5-6 years ago, and just repeated them every day until they became true. Doesn't matter what is true, only what you believe is true, because with work that will become true. I love waking up each day knowing that my calendar is packed with high quality, easy to convert appointments. Well, look at this, right? If I hop into my calendar here, I don't even take sales calls anymore for my business, right? But I can show you this, right? So I've got all my sales reps here, right? This is sales rep number 1. Don't know if you can really see his calendar. So sales rep number 2, you can see all the appointments in there. Sales rep number 3, you can see all of these appointments in here, American, so different time zone. Sales rep number 4, you can see all the appointments in there. Sales rep number 5, you can see all the appointments in there. Sales rep number 6, you can see all the appointments. Sales rep number 7, you can see all the appointments. Sales rep number 8, he's actually, one of our team members just had a son, so he's blocked his calendar off, so I shouldn't have showed that one. Sales rep number 9, you can see all these appointments. So I've got 9 to 10 sales reps that are always fully booked 3 days out in advance. And all of these statements are true, right? I can give you another one. One of the problems I used to struggle with was instant gratification and impatience. And so one of my affirmations was, I am extremely patient and I am hooked on delayed gratification. I love knowing that the cause I create today will create huge wealth and abundance in years to come. Knowing I am patient makes me happy and warm. And this is true. I am a patient person now. I can delay gratification. I have no problem with it, right? it's like, I have no problem resisting impulses and delaying gratification. Patience is an integral part of my identity, and I know that with the right paradigm and action, everything I want will come to me in time. Like, I'm not sure you understand quite how scary this stuff is. I wrote down some sentences, repeated them thousands of times, and now they are true. I created a Google Doc that literally became my reality. I don't think you quite understand just how wild that is. And you won't understand how wild that is until you do it yourself. You know, all of the, what else have we got on here? Marketing is in my blood. I am one of the best marketers in the world, and I'm a magician when it comes to growing the sales of any business, especially my own. I feel powerful and extremely confident knowing my marketing skills are world class. I just made you watch a 1-hour YouTube video on belief systems. I'm good at marketing now, right? I'm hoping you get this, right? It's just like, and there's loads of these affirmations, right? You can see them. There's a lot of them. But all of these are true. This is another one, right? I haven't read these in like years, man. It's just crazy. It's crazy. I used to not be particularly articulate with my words. I know I slip up here and there on the whiteboard, but I used to struggle with public speaking, and I used to find it difficult to sort of accurately articulate the point I was trying to make. I didn't have much verbal dexterity. And 5 years ago, I wrote this affirmation down. I am articulate and renowned for my verbal dexterity. I am gifted with world-class communication skills, and this makes me feel strong and vigorous. And now I'm capable of articulating my thoughts properly. Another one, my training videos are impeccable. They are produced to the best quality, and I find I can record long and complex training videos without error and with ease. I feel stimulated and thrilled, right? So this has all come true. I could never have done this like 5 years ago, make a YouTube video like this and talk to like 20, 30,000 people without seeming like a bit of an idiot, although I do seem like a bit of an idiot. So I'm hoping you get the point. You know, another example I can give you is like, I fill each and every day with as many appointments as possible. Every day I do all that can be done to get as many appointments as possible. I do not procrastinate on outreach. I find it easy to get appointments, and this makes me feel happy. So those are some examples of affirmations that I wrote 5 to 6 years ago that literally contradicted my exact reality that actually came true. So that's genuine, pure evidence that this works, right? It works. I cannot stress enough how insane that is to me. That it actually works. At the time, I obviously sort of understood, but now I can look back in hindsight and it actually is a bit like, oh, damn. Well, that's kind of wild, isn't it? So with affirmations, what you're trying to do here is you've got basically a sentence, right, or sentences, and it typically is going to wrap this new belief into a couple of words, right? What you then want to do is you want to have an image to associate with the sentences, and then you want to have an emotion to associate with the image. Affirmations are not just about the words. Just saying, I love the fact I get appointments, it won't work. Remember, in order for an experience to register and to tip the scale and influence your belief, it either has to be positive or negative. It has to have an emotional sentiment to it. It has to make you feel a certain way, right? Experiences that have no emotional registration in our brain or unconscious will have no impact on our belief systems. And so just saying words won't make you, it won't work, it won't fix anything, right? Just saying words like, yeah, I'm really good at appointment booking. That's not going to change your belief system. So the thing that people don't understand about the affirmations is the imagery and the emotion that comes with it. So every sentence, every affirmation, you want to have, you know, maybe 20, 30 of them, as I mentioned earlier, with like, getting clients is easy, the market isn't saturated enough, I love competition, blah, 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 right? Or maybe right now you're starting a business, you're like, oh, I can't beat the competition. You can change that. That's a statement. That's a statement of perceived truth. How do you think all the guys that you're trying to compete with felt when they started against competition? Same thing. You can fix it. You can change it, right? So you want to have an image in your head when you say the sentence. So for example, if I'm saying to myself, like, I find it easy to book appointments, right? I love the fact my calendar is completely packed. I would have my eyes shut afterwards. I'd shut my eyes. I would then visualize opening my Google Calendar on my balcony in my penthouse and seeing back-to-back appointments, like because my calendar was purple at the time, back-to-back purple slots of time. And I would then close my eyes. I'd imagine that. I'd have my espresso coffee in my hand with the view of my penthouse. And I would imagine like it would be quite a little bit cold. The coffee cup would be warm. The brightness on the screen would be just a bit glary because I've just woken up in the morning. You've got that nice sort of October air. I can see what I can see. I can hear the birds. And I sip the coffee and I smile. That was the image associated with the sentence. And if you create the image in your mind, what you've just done is you created an experience. The brain cannot tell the difference between an imaginary experience and the real one. It cannot. And if you're curious to know, is that really true? Well, remember what I got you to do earlier? When I got you to imagine a memory that was cringeworthy or made you feel embarrassed? Well, that's an image in your head. You've imagined it, and your body is responding accordingly. You're creating emotions, so your brain cannot tell the difference between something you imagine and something that actually happens in reality, right? So, and if you don't believe me, there's actually a study on this, where they got this guy, or a group of people, and what they did is they got this like really hot coal prong, like a stick with a big hot coal on the end of it, like a boiling coal, and they sat these people down and they show the people, like, the hot coal, we're not going to put this on your back, don't worry, but I want you to tell me when you can feel it. And they put it like, if this is the person's back, they put the coal nearly at the back, so the person can sort of feel the heat. And then what they did at the last minute is they switched the coal out for an ice cube, and they pressed the ice cube against the back of the person. And the person's back would respond with blisters as if they'd been burned, right? Like they actually thought they just had this hot coal pressed against their back. So the imagination is just as powerful as the way your sensory perception of the world works, right? So you create an image. It's very important you create an image. Do not fall into the trap of just saying the thing. You have to visualize it and see it. You shut your eyes, you imagine the details. Another thing I used to do around this, I used to say, I love the fact that I've booked so many appointments and I've got so much money that I can afford to buy my dream car, a C63 AMG. In fact, do you know what? Just to prove that this actually works, that was literally an affirmation that I used to have. So I'm going to show you something. And hopefully it will change your mind and help you understand how this works. So here we go, look. I used to affirm it, I used to visualize literally walking out of my house and seeing exactly that. Do you know how wild that is? Like this thing here, that car, my dream, it's been my dream car since I was like 18. Like, do you know how crazy that is? So I used to like actually close my eyes and tell myself I had so many appointments that I could finally afford to buy the car I wanted, which was that exact car, matte black C63 AMG, stage 1 matte, with a cool exhaust, blah, blah, blah. And that was literally like what I would imagine. That's actually what I would visualize. And now it's true. So this stuff works, right? If you do this for, I would say probably 2 or 3 years, every single day, twice a day, as much as you can, and you constantly recreate these images and you constantly recreate and stack these rocks, you will in time quite literally be able to do this. And you'll literally have exactly what you want. Your reality will become true. Like, I mean, for crying out loud, it's insane how this works. Like, you know, I used to tell myself I wanted to have a mansion on the beach, right? What do I have? A mansion on the beach. And I'm not trying to flex on you and tell you, like, you know, look at how wealthy I am. Please validate me because I'm deeply insecure about my, you know, about my childhood. Like, that's not the point, right? The point is that this works. I am living proof and evidence that you can literally shut your eyes, tell yourself something to be true, imagine it in your head, do that every day for about 2-3 years, feel the emotions associated with the image, and then start to act in accordance with the new belief. And then lo and behold, 5 years later, you have the best life in the world and you're quite literally content and happy and you have everything you want. I'm doing the same thing now with like private jets and yachts because I've still got lengths and bounds to go with this, right? So it works. The final step of affirmation is you actually have to feel and register the emotion. So what you'll notice on my affirmations is I have the statement and afterwards I say, I feel joy, I feel happy, I feel free, I feel abundant, I feel calm, I feel collected, I feel great. You need to tie a tangible, positive emotion to the sentence because if you don't, it won't register. It has to register on an emotional level in order for the beliefs to actually to switch and change. And so what I'd invite you to do now is take some action. Look at the thing that you're dealing with, that you're struggling with right now. List out everything you believe to be true about that thing and how you relate to that thing. For example, I'm not good at outreach. I suck at sales, I suck at marketing. Outreach is hard. Write them all down. It doesn't matter if you've got 40, 50, 60 of them, right? And then, you know, pick one thing. Just the mistake I made with affirmations at the beginning was trying to focus on too many things. Just pick one problem and then make the antonym exercise, right? Do the list, invert all of the beliefs and write down the polar opposite of everything that you currently believe to be true. And then on side-by-side pieces of paper, look at both of them and ask yourself, what would my life look like if I believe this, which is basically your life right now, which is the current belief systems you have. And then ask yourself, what would your life look like if you believed the inverted list? And then take the inverted list, pick the, you know, maybe 20 key things that you need to change your belief systems with, put them into sentences, tie images to them, and then write emotions afterwards. Say the sentences, shut your eyes and visualize what happens if that sentence was true, and then feel the emotion as a result of that thing. Like, I would used to do this with the C63, like the car. Like, I would literally imagine, like I imagine getting in the car, grabbing the steering wheel with both hands, seeing the little coloured tip at the top of the steering wheel, like starting the engine, the cold start, the smell of the leather, the seatbelt, like, because what AMGs used to, what they do is they sort of tie the seatbelt in and then the thing comes out, like I knew all the details. And the more vivid the image and the more strong the emotion, the stronger the positive experience, the quicker you can change your belief systems. It is the single most important thing that I've ever done to my success. More important than learning anything is this, because everything is upstream of your belief system. Everything comes from what you believe to be true and the way you perceive reality to be. It is impossible for you to act out of accordance with what you believe to be true. So if you want to change your life, you have to change your beliefs. And this is how you do it. This is how I did it. This has made me north of, what, like $20 million, $30 million in the last like 7 years. This helped me build my first 6-figure business, then my 7-figure business, now my 8-figure business. Like, it all comes back to this. And if you don't believe me, just try it. And if you don't believe, well, I've just showed you evidence that it literally works. I've just read you out. Like, you can go and look at my landing page. In the description of this video is a funnel of me trying to sell you something. If you click it and you go through, you'll find there might be some appointments available, but it's going to be, like, right now we're fully booked. Now, when you watch this video, that might change because I'm recording this in January. This might be posted in a couple of weeks. But, like, I've got 9 reps, 10 reps, and I can sustain appointments for all of them consistently. And that never used to be the case. And the reason I can do that now is because I believe that I'm great at appointment booking. If you ask me, like, am I good at appointment booking? I say, hell yeah. So that is how to reliably change your belief system so that you can make a ridiculous amount of money. I want to know what you want, right? So I can make these videos till the cows come home. So I want you to comment below what videos you want me to make, what you're struggling with, and what you really want me to make videos on. Because I just want to make videos for people like me when I was like 18. Like, if I had this, luckily enough, I had this information. I struggled for about a year or two, then I found my mentor, and then I went through some stuff and I learned this, and then my life is never the same. So I want to, like, I see comments from people sometimes, and they'll be like, oh, you're just copying Sam Ovens. I'm like, damn right. Like, the dude changed my life. The information that he shared with me completely altered the entire trajectory of my existence. Like, it's put me on the palm. Do you know what I mean? It's made me a multi-millionaire. I love my life because of this information. So you can accuse me of copying someone else all you want, but if I deliver this message and this information and pass this information down to you with a little bit more accuracy potentially, with a better explanation, and it helps even so much as one young dude who's just trying to make it for himself, and that means that maybe I have to take some hate from a couple of 100 people, I don't care. You think negative comments, like, it's just words from people who don't even know me. So, do you know what I mean? I'll wear that with pride. So, any video ideas you've got, anything you want me to help you with, just make some comments below. If you need help getting more clients, you can click the first link in the description. It's a video, like I said, of me trying to sell you something. To be transparent, I'm not going to pretend it's anything else. It's not a free training or a webinar. It's just a sales video, so you can go check it out if you want to. But I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope this found you well. just do this every day for 3 years, and I promise you'll come and give me a hug and thank me. Actually, don't give me a hug. That might be a bit weird if I don't know you, but handshake for sure. Take care. Bye-bye. Love you lots.
I was very fortunate recently to have dinner with someone worth billions of dollars. And I turn up to this dinner in Dubai, we're near the Burj Khalifa. I turn up to the dinner in Dubai, I've got a notepad and a pen, and I'm asking question after question after question. This dude, he probably didn't know what hit him. And if you're watching this, mate, I apologize. But I asked him a question, and he gave me an answer. And he gave me an answer that I think is so profound and so important that I wanted to share it with you on this video. And he basically said, I said to him, I was like, what's the one thing? Like, what's the one big thing that allows you to get so good at business that you've made billions and billions of dollars? And he kind of laughed a second, sort of looked over to the side and cocked his head and thought for a second. And he gave me the answer. And it's something that I've really been aware of and cognizant of, but he explained it in a way that was so profound and so mind-changing for me. I was like, oh, so now I understand how billionaires see the world. And what I'm going to do in this video is explain that thing, and I'm going to reiterate what he told me during this dinner. And this should give you a lot of faith. This guy has made a heap of money, and he basically told me the secret. And he was like, yeah, I got rich when I understood this, was basically the overall consensus of this thing that he was saying. And so the thing in question is multidisciplinary thinking. Now, hang on, before you click off the video, because I've satiated your curiosity, just let me explain what this actually means. Because I was expecting him to say, like, you know, obviously I wasn't quite expecting this, but when people look for the one big thing, they're expecting a sales script or a cold message or a specific person to come into the business. But he gave me multidisciplinary thinking. And I've known about multidisciplinary thinking before because I've studied Charlie Munger, I've studied Benjamin Franklin and other people. But he explained this to me in a way that was ridiculous. So basically the question that I asked him, point blank, was how do I get better at business? Like, how do I get good at this thing? What is business? How do I get good at it? And the answer he gave was multidisciplinary thinking. Now, this reminded me of a time when I used to work for a shoe company. I used to work when I was like 17 years old in a call center for a shoe manufacturer, a very famous shoe manufacturer in the UK. And one day, I was in customer care, I had my headset on, and I knew the CEO was coming in. His name was Mike, CEO of this big company. And it's very rare that, you know, the management would come down to the customer care floor. And he came in, and I actually went over to him. I put my phone on pause, and I went over to him and I said, I really want to start a business. Do you mind if I ask you a question? And he was like, sure, like entertained it for a second. He was probably pissed off because he was trying to talk to the customer care manager at the time. And I said to him, I was like, look, just what's the one thing? What's one thing that you wish you knew when you started? And he gave me the same answer. And I never really appreciated it until now, until I had this conversation with this person. I never really got it. And Mike basically said to me, you can't put yourself in a silo. If you want to be a CEO, you need to know everything about everything. You can't just do marketing. You can't just do accounting. You can't just do like the finance. You can't just do product. You need to know and be better at all those people about everything. Now, he also said, like, you know, you need to delegate and give like people who are better than stuff at you tasks, but you need to know it all. And so when I asked this billionaire, I said, like, how do I get better at business? He told me it's about multidisciplinary thinking. Let me explain what multidisciplinary thinking basically is. And then I'm going to explain how to do it. And then I'm going to basically give you some examples that I've learned and that he told me about. So multidisciplinary thinking, we'll just put multidisciplinary thinking. This was popularized by Charlie Munger. And what it basically is in life or in reality or in the universe, there are disciplines. And a discipline is essentially, you know, this thing here, a discipline is a field of study. And so, for example, when you go to university, you could study the discipline of philosophy, or you could study the discipline of economics, or you could study the discipline of psychology. The problem is that business itself isn't really a discipline. Because when you think about business and you ask yourself, well, what is business? It's really hard to define this thing and to learn how to do it. And this is why at uni and universities and colleges, like going to do business studies,
it's kind of interesting how they teach it, because what they end up doing if you go to study business is they end up teaching you everything inside of business. So that could be, accounting, or it could be, other financial stuff, it could be tax, or it could be strategy, or it could be management. Like, you can't study business because business is a collection of disciplines, if that makes sense. And so if you want to get good at business, you get good at the disciplines comprised of it. And so I see this all the time where people try and teach business and they try and learn business, but what you actually want to do is get extremely good at the first principles of all the components that make up the whole. You're kind of like a chef. What makes good food really good ingredients? What are the ingredients of this topic? All of these things down here. And so this billionaire basically was taking the liberty of explaining to me that the way he sees the world and the way he sees his business is through the lens of other disciplines. And I've been doing this myself for quite some time, probably nowhere near on the level that this guy has. But I've been aware of this. And so what I want to do is I want to explain how to think in multidisciplinary terms. And I'm going to give you lots of examples to solidify this abstraction so that you can hopefully apply it to your business and make a ton of money. And I think that Naval Ravikant, I think he said this as well. You don't study business, you study the disciplines of business. So it's a pretty important thing. So I'm going to give you an example, and then we're going to invert and work back from there. So one example is one of the disciplines we can look at is economics. So economics, basically founded by Adam Smith. He's actually Scottish, believe it or not, I think. Economics is a discipline, and it's the study of the economy. It's the study of the macroeconomic systems that govern our society. And economics is really it's like a manifestation of commercial interaction. It just happened. Like, we didn't create it, we didn't invent it. It kind of just came about as a result of us trading and, having incentives and supply and demand and stuff like that. And so with economics, what we can do with a discipline, because you might be thinking, okay, well, I know what economics is, but how the hell does that matter to my business? Well, what we're doing with economics is we can understand something called the foundations or first principles, or, there are key mental models buried inside of each discipline. And what you can do when you study a discipline, or you study the founding father, or the original textbook of the discipline, is you can start to extrapolate the key principles and apply them to your business so that you can become more successful. And so really, making money online and building a successful company is about being able to see the world objectively and dealing with things in the right way and making the right decisions. And the best way to do that is to be able to see what is right, and the easiest way to see what is right is to have the right discipline. So let me explain. So in economics, there's a ton of different models, tons of different foundations, but you've got a couple like the law of self-interest. You've got the law of diminishing returns, fairly obvious one. What else have we got? We've got, you obviously have, what's it called, supply and demand, which is a pretty obvious one. But, there's loads, there's tons. But what we can do, when you understand the core abstractions that pretty much just light up the universe, like, when you think about it like this, and this is how this guy explained it to me, this billionaire. He didn't explain it in this exact term, but verbatim, right? It's kind of like reality is dark, and it's just one big plane of darkness. And when you learn a new discipline, and when you learn a foundation inside of that discipline, what you're doing is you're turning a light on in the dark, and you can now see a little bit clearer than you could before. So imagine that, your understanding of the world, everything's pitch black. And when you learn something new, a little light is turned on, and now you can see part of that darkness. You can see part of reality. And the more lights that you have on, the more stuff you can see, the further you can see, the more things you can use, and the more successful you'll be. That's a weird metaphor to use, but I'm hoping this is how you illuminate the universe. And if you imagine for a second that business is this big, I'm just going to draw this here. Business is this big black square, and it's just pitch black and you can't, see anything. Well, if you want to understand business, all we're trying to do is take the core disciplines that make up a business or make up the study of business. And every time we learn one of these new rules, we just scratch away a little bit of darkness. And then eventually over time, if you're at the billionaire level and you understand all the disciplines so well, you've kind of got rid of most of this darkness and you can see things really clearly. So these things allow you to comprehend reality in a way more objective sense. Therefore, you can see better than other people, and therefore you make better decisions, you take better actions, you have better initiatives, you become more successful. So this is all abstract. So let's actually give an example. So one of the laws of economics that Adam Smith came up with is the law of self-interest. And the law of self-interest is pretty straightforward. It is what it says it is. You know, people operate out of their own self-interest. And Benjamin Franklin summarized this pretty much perfectly when he said that if you were to persuade, appeal to interest and not to reason. And what this basically means is that the main thing that really drives human behavior commercially is incentive. And so this is just a law. This is just a rule of reality. It's a rule of commercial reality. And so understanding this first principle and understanding this rule, what I can basically do is now I can start to act in accordance with the objective nature of the world. And if I can act in accordance with the objective nature of the world, I'm going to be more successful because I'm not deluding myself. For example, a lot of people want to ignore this. You know, like primary example, with the whole Benjamin Franklin example, you're not going to convince someone by appealing to their reason to do something. Like, it's very rare that you're actually going to get someone to do something just by giving them the right reasons. It's kind of like, you know, people who donate to charity. Like, what reason are you doing that to make yourself feel better? That's almost always the case. Or are you doing it for the moral reason as well? It's when you get into it, it gets a bit shady, but you get the point. So law of self-interest basically means everyone acts in their own self-interest, and it's just a law. It's the way the world works. And so when I'm building my company, and when I'm hiring new people and managing people, I understand that they're always going to act out of their own self-interest. And because of that, what I need to do is build incentives and, you know, create incentive structures in the company that facilitate people to act within their best interests. And when you can do something called incentive alignment, where your incentives or the company's incentives are aligned with the incentives of the individuals in your company, you're going to be successful. This is why, for example, I don't pay any of my sales reps a base salary. Because base salaries, they create comfort, and they create, you know, there's no incentive. But if I give a sales rep a really good commission structure, then they have the self-interest to go and sell as many deals as they can because they can make as much money as they can, and therefore, you know, I can make more money as well. And so our incentives are aligned. And Charlie Munger said this. He said, in business, if you're not focused on incentives, you're focusing on the wrong thing, which I think is pretty telling. So incentives are really the main thing. And so that's just an example of, like, that's an example of using a discipline or a principle from a discipline to make a better business decision. And so when you're running your company and you're not sure what to do and you're not sure what decision to make, and you're kind of paralyzed because you're not sure like exactly what move you should make, it's because you're missing the principles of the things surrounding that. Another example I can give you is the law of diminishing returns. So in my company right now, this is just economics. I'll give you some more examples in a while. But in my company right now, I'm spending around $100,000 a month on ads. So we spend, you know, nearly $1 million a year on running ads. And I'm aware of the law of diminishing returns, which is basically a statement that means that past a certain point of input in a system, the output will diminish. And what that means is that I could get up to 150 grand a month on ads before my profit margin starts to shrink or my cost per call massively spikes. And this is because there are certain constraints and limits to all systems. Like, if I can't just spend infinite money on this thing and scale it to $1 million a month overnight, because the audience wouldn't support that growth. And so every single system or every single business has a point of diminishing return where it's no longer efficient to scale because it just diminishes. And, you know, it kind of looks like this on a graph, where it kind of just starts to slope off. And then the input to output ratio is no longer asymmetric or advantageous to the running of the company. And so if you're trying to scale something or build something and you don't understand the law of diminishing returns and you start to experience diminishing returns, then the way that you're going to handle that is by trying to increase the inputs to, you know, get more and more outputs. But you've ignored a fundamental law of the universe. Part of your paradigm, part of your business understanding is dark. You can't see, and therefore you're going to ruin it. It's the same thing with supply and demand, for example. This is obviously a very straightforward discipline to apply, but, you know, supply and demand is really what governs the entire commercial machine. And what this basically means is that, like, if there's too much supply, there's not going to be much demand, and if there's not much demand, then there's not going to be much supply. And so this is why when I'm starting any business or I'm looking at
starting a company or investing in a company, the first thing that I look at is the demand. I'm like, is there actually demand for supply? And then the second thing that I'll look at is the supply and be like, is this supply actually meeting this demand? And if there's lots of people who are supplying really good things that are meeting the demands, then there's less opportunity to come in and disrupt the market. And so it's another example. And then obviously we have the incentives. So I can give you some more. I'm going to keep going because I've spent years and years and years studying these. So another example we'll get into, I'm going to just write some over here so I can remember what ones to refer to later. So another discipline is biology. So it's funny, you know, when you're in school, and like I was an idiot in school because I thought, like, you know, when you're in school and you're studying something and you kind of ask the teacher the question of like, when am I going to use this in the real world? Like, come on. Well, anyone that asks that question, like I now realize, is being an idiot. Because the answer is, if you want to build a successful company, you're almost always going to use every single piece of knowledge you have because it's all you have. Like, this billionaire explained to me, he said, like, people have got it all wrong in school. You want to pay attention in school because you're learning disciplines, you're learning first principles, you're learning methods of thinking. And so one thing that you probably learned in biology in school, much to your, you know, hatred or regret, you probably learned natural selection. And then another type of biological knowledge that you could use is intra versus inter species competition, or just competition in general. And you know, there's quite a few. I'm sure some more will spring to mind as I go through, because I've studied biology at length. But one of the main ones here is natural selection, or at least evolution. And obviously, you know, we've also got like the scientific method. Really up here, you've got the discipline of science. And then you can break, can you see that up there? You can. And then you break science into physics. And then you also break it into chemistry. You know, the study of the natural world is an incredible place to get mental models from to apply to your business. And then inside of physics, we've got all sorts of laws. Inside of chemistry, we've got all sorts of laws as well. And I get it. Like in school, if you don't know you want a business yet, it doesn't apply. But go and pick up a physics book and go and start reading about it, because this thing, like, if you understand physics and you understand the core disciplines of physics, it's so applicable. Like, it's unbelievably applicable to business. Like, you know, I can give you one example in physics. If I just write here, friction. So friction is a model in physics. Which, you know, the other one we've got here is velocity. You know, you've got all sorts of, like, you've also got something called escape velocity. There's a lot. And friction is basically like how much force is required to move an object. And like when you put objects in the way of objects, obviously there's friction, so things move slower. And an example of using friction in business is building a funnel. If you have a funnel that has a lot of friction, which basically means that there's lots and lots of things in the way of someone moving through the conversion cycle, then the funnel won't work as well. And so you can actually diagnose and fix funnels and sales processes by using some random mental model from physics. So if I come into someone's business and I invest in someone's business and their funnel's not converting, the first place I'll look is, where's the friction in the funnel? You know, where's the bottleneck? Where's the friction? Why are we not moving value through? And why is throughput not flowing? And that's because I understand some random part of physics. The same thing could be used to describe escape velocity. So escape velocity is a term given to an object that has, basically this is like, how do you describe this? This is a mental model used to denote or describe the speed of an object that has like, it's like self-propelling, if that makes sense. So if you've got an object here and you want to move this object here, over to here, then you need force to move this object, obviously. But if you push this object to a certain degree, what might start to happen is it might achieve escape velocity, which means a feedback loop kicks in, and this thing can now move on its own. So it's kind of like the term used to describe escape velocity, specifically without using an abstraction or an example, is like a plane, is like a rocket leaving the atmosphere. Like it's escaped the atmosphere, it's escaped the gravitational pull of the Earth to some degree, and now it can propel itself without any means of propulsion. Now, I don't know if that's exactly how it works. I'm not a rocket scientist, but you can use escape velocity to describe all sorts of things in business. Like, for example, my YouTube channel recently just randomly blew up. It achieved escape velocity. It wasn't requiring as much force as it used to achieve the speed of growth that I wanted it to. Velocity itself is basically just, this is just like, speed, if that makes sense. But it's extremely important to understand. I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds of little things in physics that you can use to do this, but I won't get into them now. So in biology, one of the main ones is natural selection. And this is a law from biology that is pretty much just summarizes it's beautiful. It summarizes every single system in the universe, which basically just states that it's not the strongest or the fittest that survive, but those most adapted to the environment in which they find themselves in. An interesting thing about evolution and Darwin's theory of natural selection is everyone thinks that, you've heard the phrase like it's survival of the fittest. Well, that's not exactly what that phrase means, because fittest is kind of a good way to summarize Darwin's theory. But everyone assumes that fittest means the personified version of the word, where it's about how healthy you are, or it's about how big you are, or how fit you are, essentially. That's the personification justification that is completely incorrect. When you study Darwinism and you study evolutionary biology, what you can understand is that fitness, or when an organism is fit, it's a reference to the level of adaptability the organism has to the environment. And so it's not, when someone says it's the fittest, it's the strongest or the fittest that survive, when they're saying fittest, the actual meaning of that word came from the idea that an organism has fitness, which actually means adaptability. The same thing here happened with with Sigmund Freud, where when you read Freud's work, he talks a lot about sex, and he talks a lot about sex and parents and mothers, and people think that Freud was strange. But people think that everyone says, oh, Freud just wanted to have sex with his mum. But what he actually was meant by sex in his writings was the word love, to denote like the purest form of love, without any physical intimacy or connection. And so it's really difficult to comprehend what a lot of these great people are saying, because you need to use their definitions. Because stuff gets watered down and filtered down, and everything gets filtered down through time. And you need to go back to the source. So this is why, if you want to study natural selection, you need to understand what this means. But anyway, that's a story for another day. Darwin would be quaking in his boots if someone didn't understand that. So how can you use natural selection to get the hang of this? Well, I can give you an example. As a owner of a company, you might have a sales team, like I do, for example. I have 12 sales reps. And therefore, I am the environment. And so in nature, you have the environment. This represents the environment. And inside of that environment, you have organisms or species. And this represents an organism. And what happens is the environment basically sets the conditions for the survival of these organisms. And so if these organisms want to survive in this environment, then they must be adapted to this specifically. And so what happens over time is the environment sets the conditions, and if the organisms aren't adapted, they die. But the ones that do survive are the ones that are adapted, and then they go on to reproduce and produce, obviously, offspring that has the adaptation. And that's how adaptation happens over time, and that's how human beings came to be. Now, you could get into the whole theological argument, but I'm not going to. So what this means is, if this is my company, the environment is the company, and inside of the company I have sales reps. And I have a minimum quota or minimum standard that my sales reps must hit every single month in order to essentially stay at the job and to keep the company. If they want to stay in the job, they have to hit a certain number of sales and a certain number of cash. And if they don't hit those numbers, then we fire them. Effectively, they are removed from the environment. And what this does is it breeds strength, and it breeds fitness, and it breeds adaptability. Because it means the reps that survive are the ones that have the traits that facilitate the outcome that the company wants. And therefore, I can use natural selection to, drive the best reps. And then what starts to happen after a while is these reps will reproduce. Now, not physically, I'd have a HR problem if that was the case. But the point is that the reps sort of reproduce in the fact that they start bringing in their friends, and they start attracting, talent that's very similar to them. And we find that the ones that are adaptable, they bring in the new reps, and they create a culture that facilitates, the same traits and stuff like that. And so you can create this melting pot of stuff. I'll do the same thing with building client acquisition systems, but that's just one example for now. Now, another example of using a biological discipline or using a biological principle to understand business and to illuminate that darkness of business and, you know, become successful and make money is intra versus interspecies competition. And so what this basically means, and I can give you an example from Amazon in a second here, is we have competition in business is a fairly straightforward and understandable premise. And biology explains business very well, because if you think about the capitalistic structure of the world, I'm just going to write Amazon here real quick before I forget. If you think about the capitalistic structure of the world, it closely resembles that of the natural world, because, you know, you have an environment, which is the market, and you have organisms and species, which are companies, holding companies, or niches. Essentially, you have a niche. It's literally a niche. Where do you think we get the idea for a niche from? It's from biology. Where do you think we get the idea of competition from? It's from biology. Where do you think we get the idea of growth from? It's from biology. All of these terms that we use to just describe an everyday business that we think are business strategies, they come from this discipline. And if you can understand them from the root cause, you'll destroy everyone. And so the capitalistic structure that we follow in the West is akin to that of a natural environment. It's like a jungle, you know, the environment or the market will set the conditions for survival, which is typically who can deliver value, who can sell, who can keep talent, who can create cultures and stuff like that. And if you can't do that as an entrepreneur, if you don't have the skills to create the traits in the business that facilitate survival, then you will die. And it's as simple as that. You just won't be successful. And so one thing we can do is understand that in biology, if we look at the natural world, there's competition on two levels. We have intraspecies competition and we have interspecies competition. And so intraspecies competition, this is basically when two members of the same species compete for resources. And so, you know, for example, if you are in a colony of gorillas and there's two male gorillas, then you will have intraspecies competition for the best quality females, for example. And it's pretty relevant in today's world as well. But you get the point. We have competition within the same species. And intraspecies competition is extremely important because what it does is it encourages only the best people in that species are going to win, and therefore they're going to pass on the best genetics. The last thing you want is lazy gorillas that aren't going to do anything, that are just useless and pointless, getting all the girls. Because what's going to happen is we're just going to get more lazy gorillas. And that's kind of why the modern dating market is completely screwed, if you're wondering. Anyway, story for another day. But then, not only this, we have intraspecies competition, and then we have interspecies, so I-N-T-E-R. And this is competition that happens on an international level in the sense that we have competition between different species. And if you're wondering what we're competing for, it's almost always just resources for survival. So shelter, food, water, those are pretty much the main ones. There's a few other ones as well. And so this is where we have competition between different species. And the species that survive, this is kind of non-binary, and it's genius. You can apply this to business, and I'll explain an example. It's absolutely brilliant if you do this. Where you have different species competing for resources. So for example, if in a jungle, we have a colony of gorillas and we have a colony of apes or a different type of monkey, then they're going to compete for the same resources. They're going to compete for the same fruit. They're going to compete for the same trees. They're going to compete for the same water. They're going to compete for the same whatever. Okay? But at the same time, a species becomes competitive only by having the best people in the species or the best organisms in the species. And so by having intraspecies competition, we create the best variants or the best organisms inside of that species so that we can then compete with other species for total domination and to build a monopoly. And an example of how this has been applied to business, and the best example I've ever found of someone using this, is in Amazon. And Jeff Bezos is an absolute genius for this. So what Amazon does is they obviously compete on an inter-level. They compete with other e-commerce businesses. They basically destroyed eBay. They compete with Alibaba. They compete with all these e-commerce dropshipping brands. They compete with basically everyone who sells everything. But the way that they gain their competitive advantage was by creating intraspecies competition. So Amazon competes on a global level as a company, but they also compete on a local level as a team. And so the way that Amazon structures their resource allocation, and what do we compete for in nature and biology? We compete for resources, right? It's pretty simple. And so the way that Amazon structures this is they get their teams, their internal teams, to compete for resources. And teams that get the best results in Amazon
are allocated more resources, and teams that do not get the best results on Amazon are allocated less resources or fired. And so what we have here is we have intra-species competition. And the reason why Amazon can compete on the global international level between big companies is because they have the best intra-competition. They've created the best internal teams by having this intra-species competition, by making their teams compete with each other. And I do this with my sales reps as well. So I'll pit them against each other. We'll create leaderboards. We'll create competition inside of the species so that we can have the best organisms rising to the top. So that when I have to compete on an inter-level, I've got the best warriors, so to speak. And so these are just two little, but they're not little, they're very significant principles from biology. But these are just two things that I can just use in my business and explain. And there's a ton of principles from biology as well, that you can use to become successful. And if you want to understand how to learn these disciplines and study them, well, really what you're going to have to do, and this is what this billionaire told me, because I've already done this, but I need to do it again because I've forgotten a lot of stuff. What you can do is essentially you go to Amazon, or you go to one of the best colleges in the world, like Harvard or Oxford or Cambridge or whatever, and you pick a discipline. So, for example, there's a ton. You could pick psychology, you could pick sociology, you could pick music, you could pick philosophy, you could pick chemistry, you could pick like whatever, reason, blah, blah, blah. In fact, I'm going to write that one down. You pick a discipline, and what you do is you go to the best colleges that teach that discipline. So like, for example, if I wanted to learn the discipline of law, I'd go to Harvard, and you don't go to Harvard, you go to Harvard's website. And then what you do is you find out the mandatory early reading for the first year of that degree. And, because what these universities and colleges will do is they will mandate specific textbooks. And these are typically the introductory textbooks to the discipline. And that's all you need to read. And so, for example, I can give you an example of recently, or not recently, but something I did a while ago. I wanted to learn evolutionary biology, because in biology, you've got the discipline of biology, and then inside of that, you've got a discipline called evolutionary biology, which is just explaining how we evolved. And I went to Harvard, I think it was Harvard, or Oxford, or Cambridge, or one of the big universities that's the best. And I found out that the book that everyone reads at the start of that course is Evolutionary Biology by Dr. David Buss. And this guy is kind of like what Adam Smith is to economics or what Freud is to psychology. He's the founding father of this discipline. And so I bought this textbook for like 80 quid, 80 pounds on evolutionary biology, and I read it. And what these introductory textbooks will do is they will just highlight the first principles and the core assumptions that the entire discipline is built upon. And all you have to do is read those. So I've read introductory textbooks on as many disciplines as I could possibly think of. And a lot of them you don't apply and aren't that useful, but most of them, they will be extremely useful. Another great couple of books that you can buy, these are red hardback books, and they're called The Great Mental Models. And there's 3 volumes, and the first volume is on general thinking concepts, where you'll learn about things like Hanlon's razor and how to reason. The second book is on, I believe, physics, biology, and chemistry. And then the third book is on systems and mathematics. And, systems is, oh my God, that's an entire, I could talk for hours about that thing. But what you want to do is you want to, basically you just want to become multidisciplinary. You want to find all these disciplines because, okay, and the point I'm making here, with just even those maybe like couple of examples, is you don't study business. You don't get good at business. That's not how it works. If you want to be a good businessman, you have to understand everything. And to contextualize this and draw it out, if this here is business, then this is decentralized to so many things where, this applies to this and then this applies to this. I'm just going to draw some of these out, blah, blah, blah. This is just a map of this is actually centralized decentralization, which is another discipline that you can use. But think of it like this. If this is studying business, well, the only way that you get good at this is by learning this thing, this thing, this thing, and then this thing which teaches you this thing, this thing, this thing, and this thing. And this could be biology, this could be psychology, this could be economics, this could be statistics, it could be law, etc. And so we're looking to define the first principles and axioms of the core disciplines so we can then come in and apply them to the business. You don't get good at business. You get good at everything else. That way you get extremely intelligent, and then you can actually create value. It's going to take a sip of water here.
And that's how I did it, you know. And that's how most billionaires do it, and this is how most billionaires think. You know, they don't try to get good at business, they just try to get good at everything. And then by getting good at everything, or at least understanding the entry-level concept of every single discipline, dude, the advantage that gives you is, it's incomprehensible. When you learn to think like this, and when you learn to do this properly, and you can start to like make decisions and solve problems in your company based on core assumptions that are truthful about the entire world, you ruin everyone. So think of it like this. The example I gave you earlier of business is pretty apparent, but I just thought of an idea. So imagine that this here is reality. And a pretty core assumption that I think we can all agree on is that in order to like become successful and make money, you kind of need to see the world properly. You need to be right, basically. And the best way to be right consistently is to actually understand the truth. Okay? It's pretty simple. So what I want you to understand for a second here, or visualize, is that this big box represents reality. And right now, you don't really know what is true and what is not. You don't really have an accurate gauge on the universe. You might have a little bit of a gauge on the universe, but not significantly. And so all of this black stuff here represents darkness. You can't really see reality for what it is. It's not clear. You don't really know what you're dealing with. This is how pretty much every single human being on the planet lives their life. They don't really know what is true. They don't really know what the world is actually like and how it actually works. And they just fail and everything's bad. And basically what happens here is, I want you to imagine this is all colored in. This is just a big black, you know, this big old void of darkness basically that you can see here. And when you're born, you don't really know anything about this thing. When you go through school, you open up a little bit of it. But it's just a big black box. Every time that you learn a new discipline, like you unlock part of this square. And so becoming successful is about removing as much darkness from this reality thing as possible. And so let's say, for example, that you take it upon yourself to read the 2 or 3 core foundational textbooks on biology. So disciplines, they represent the study of reality, or a portion of reality. And if you understand them, what happens if, let's just say you study biology, you just unlock a little bit of darkness here. Just by understanding just the core principles, you've unlocked a little bit of reality. Now you can see clearer. Not that much clearer, because there's still a ton of work to do, but by understanding the biology thing, you know, let's just make this a little bit bigger. And if I just do this in blue. Oh, I just dropped my pen lid. It's a good job I'm not live. I'd be a terrible teacher. But by understanding biology, you've unlocked a small portion of reality, which means that you can now see clearer and operate better in the world than most people in this regard. So when it's time to apply biology to your business, you can do it. And then let's say that, you know, over here, there's another study or another discipline that opens up a little bit for you. And this is psychology. Okay? So now you've learned the core centralized axioms of 2 disciplines. You can see a little bit clearer. Everything's still very hazy and dark. You still can't see much. You don't understand really how the world works, but you understand a little bit. And then let's say that, you know, over here, we remove a little bit of the darkness and we open our eyes a little bit more. And here we learn law. And then, you know, we do it again over here. And here we learn statistics. And then, you know, you open it again a little bit over here, just a little bit. Over here, we've learned systems, or systems theory, or systems thinking. And then we've got another one over here. And, you know, you've studied warfare. And then you've got another little one over here. And, you know, maybe you've studied sociology. You've got to understand, like, learning is about understanding how the world works. And the better you understand how the world works, and the better that your gauge of reality is, the more accurate your decision making will be, the more likely you are to actually be right and in alignment with the truth, the better your business will do. And, you know, let's just keep going. You know, we'll rub this one out and we'll rub this one out. And what you're trying to do when you're learning stuff is you're just trying to rub out as much darkness as possible. And you can see here, like, you know, someone that gets this many disciplines and understands this, all of the core principles here, they can see a lot of stuff. Like, before you know it, you're going to start to get pretty damn clear. You can see through a lot of these things. There's still a lot of darkness, and you're still never going to understand how the world works completely. But, let's say that here you've studied music theory, and here you've done chemistry, and here you've done physics, and here you've done maths, and then, what else have we got? Here you've got reason, like how to actually reason. Then over here we've got philosophy. There's so many things that you can learn and study. Like another one could be, like here we've got accounting. What else could we think about adding here? I suppose you've got environmental science, and that's just kind of applied biology, isn't it? But you get the point. What we're doing every time we learn a new discipline and we learn the truth, the core founding principles of that discipline, we open it up. Like another one you could study virology. You could even study oncology, understand the first principles of cancer and how that works. So I'm sure you could probably use the principles of cancer and apply them in your business, like unwanted growth, like how you control that, how you manage it, how you diagnose it, how does stuff get out of hand. Another one you can study is virology. The sciences are pretty damn good and pretty damn useful, but I think you get the point. And so your job really with life, and this takes a long time to do, but your job with life is basically to open up as many of these blind spots as possible so you can see through and you can see super clear. And the more of these you have available and the less darkness there is, the more likely you are to be right and make the right decision. The problem that I see, if I just scribble all these out here, the problem that we see in reality with most people is they only learn one discipline. Okay? And so let's just scribble all these out for a second here. And let's just leave psychology. So let's say that someone's gone through life and the only thing they've learned is psychology. Their entire life has been built around one discipline of psychology. Well, that's fine, and you can get really good at one thing, but it's still only going to open up a small portion of reality for you. And there's a quote that says, and this was actually used to describe B.F. Skinner, who was a psychologist, ironically. Charlie Munger summarized B.F. Skinner's work. B.F. Skinner was all about positive reinforcement and using reward and pain to drive behavior. And he believed that the entire human condition could be boiled down to the simple theory of reward and pain, which there's merit in that, but not quite. And the problem with Skinner in his studies, and the reason that he got fired from his job and lost all of his credibility, even though he was an absolute psychological genius, the problem with him was that he was a man with a hammer. And what that means is to the man with a hammer, every problem seems to look like a nail. And what that basically means is Skinner tried to use his theory to explain every single facet of human behavior that he came across. And so if he came across a baby crying on a train, he would say, oh, my theory can explain that, when sometimes it might not. And so the problem with most people is they get good at one thing, or they learn one thing, and then they see the entire world just through this one discipline. And they're not seeing the full picture. They're not thinking holistically about how the world works. They're centralizing it to one specific thing. And that's okay, and you can do that if you want to just be a therapist. That's fine, because then really that's going to be your main job. But if you want to be a billionaire or a conqueror or an idiosyncrasy or a genius or an innovator or someone that completely changes the world, you can't just have one discipline, because you're so blind that people who can see will beat you. If you want to win and you want to outcompete people, you need to see the full thing. And how do you do that? You open up all of these slots by basically learning and studying. And you don't have to there's a few different ways that you can learn these disciplines, and I'm going to write them here. The first one is obviously textbooks. The second one is obviously YouTube videos. You can do biographies. For example, I wanted to study the discipline of the unconscious, although it's not really a discipline, it's obviously part of psychology, but unconscious psychology. So the first thing I did was I read Memories, Dreams and Reflections by Carl Jung. It's his autobiography, like the founding father of the unconscious. And you will learn a lot about the unconscious and the founding principles of it from biographies. So, you've got biographies, you've got documentaries, you've got all sorts of different things. But what you're really looking to do is you're looking to go to the source.
this is the key thing. You're looking to get to basically the founder. So, for example, if you want to study the discipline of genetics, which is the study of how genes work and the genetic code, it would help if you studied Watson and Crick, who were the people that discovered the double helix. They basically discovered that we even had genetics in the first place. If you wanted to study, history, that's a pretty difficult one, but you'd study Livy, who was a Roman historian who kind of started almost writing the first. We've had records of history before that, but accurately, properly depicted from the Roman times, from when we started to actually obviously we had. Now you've got Greek historians that are probably more apparent than that. Okay, I'll give you a better example. If you want to study medicine and how doctors work and stuff, then you study Hippocrates. I think it's Hippocrates or Hippocrates, definitely not Hippocrates. Hippocrates. He was the guy that basically, he was like the first doctor to have ever lived. If you want to study reason and how to reason, you'd study Pericles, who was a Greek politician who kind of was like one of the founding fathers of reason. Or, if you want to study Stoicism, you'd study Seneca, or you'd study Socrates, or you study Epictetus, or you study Aristotle. If you want to study warfare, you get the point. You go all the way to the source and the bottom, and if you're not going here, you're wasting your time. If you want to study economics, you study Adam Smith. If you want to study psychology, you study Freud or study Jung. You find the person that basically founded the discipline, and you learn from them. Because everything that's downstream from them is pretty much waste time. So now that I've helped you visualize this, I'm going to give you a couple more examples that I've used in my business recently to do this. And the whiteboard's just going to have to look a little bit messy. I'm sure you'll deal with that. So let's talk about statistics. So statistics is basically just, the study of the phenomenon of mathematical emergence. And what that basically means is these are kind of like laws for numbers, pretty much. And so one example I can give you from statistics is the idea of regression to the mean. And regression to the mean is an extremely important mental model to use. And what this basically means from statistics is that it's like a founding law. It's the first principle that cannot be further argued. It basically states that numbers in small data sets do not present reliable averages. Or averages don't properly manifest until large enough data is given. And so what that means is that if I flip a coin, if I flip a coin and it goes heads, let's say I flip a coin, 5 times. Let's say it goes heads, 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 and then tails. Well, an idiot would look at this and say this coin has an 80% chance of landing on heads because I flipped it 5 times and it landed on heads 5 times. And so they'll say this coin is rigged. It landed on heads 5 times and it only landed on tails once. So therefore it has an 80% chance of landing on heads. And that might be true in an extremely small data set of 5 flips. But if you fractalize this and went out to 500, you'd probably find that the average would come out to be more like, 49% or 48% or 50%. Because averages do not present themselves in small data sets. And so an example of how I've used this in my company recently is I could have, a sales rep, one sales rep. And let's say that they have an average conversion rate of 20%, which means they convert 1 in every 5 deals. Well, let's say they do 20 calls a week. We'll keep it real simple. We'll say that they do 30 calls a week. Okay? Now, let's say, that in a month, therefore, actually, let's do it like this. No, we'll keep 30. So what this means is that in a week, they do 30 calls, but they have a 20% conversion rate historically. And one week might go by, and they might get 0 sales. They might have absolutely no deals coming from 30, which means they have like a really terrible conversion rate. That's absolutely no deals. Well, this is just 1 week. This is just 30 calls of data. I know that if I give them 300 calls, they're more likely to get to this 1 in 5 average because this is called regression to the mean. And regression basically means like a gradual anti-progress towards a specific outcome. And so you'd be stupid to fire this sales rep after 1 week of poor performance because you haven't given them enough time to present their averages. And it's the same thing with spending money on ads, for example.
Like, you know, I might get, like tomorrow, I could get no appointments at all, even though I'm spending like $3,000 on ads. It's very unlikely. I could get half the appointments as usual. And I could look at that tomorrow and be like, oh my God, half the appointments as usual. We're in trouble. I need to go and change a bunch of stuff. And then go and change all my stuff. When in reality, it was just regression to the mean. It was just a bad time. And so numbers, always, for the most part, they represent themselves on like, you know, something like this, where, you know, it might go up and down, up and down. But the thing is you're not looking, like, you never want to look at the peak or the trough. You always want to look at the average, which is the sum of all of these parts divided by the whole, like this. And so what I can do is, whilst the system might be creating chaotic results and going massively up and down, what I can do is discern the average of that system to make better decisions and understand what's actually going to happen in the long term. And so that's just one small thing from statistics that you can use to apply to your business and bring order to chaos and make better decisions and make things way better. It's an example of clearing out a little smudge of reality just so you can see slightly clearer, so that next time you have a numerical anomaly that panics you and freaks you out, you know how to deal with it properly and not panic and actually not stress, because you can see reality for what it is. Obviously, if this trend went on for like, you know, 6 months, I'm like panicking. I don't make any decisions on stuff with 1 week or 1 day of data. I just don't, because it's not enough. Although the time frame isn't representative of the average, obviously the actual volume is, but you know, that's a story for another day. So another example I can give you is reason. So the study of reason is an interesting discipline, because Epictetus believed this. He said that if you read Discourses by Epictetus, which is like my favorite book ever, by the way, it's like I've read it like 100 times. It's not even an exaggeration. Epictetus says at the start of Discourses, or it's also called the Epichrondon or something, I don't know. Anyway, it's called Discourses by Epictetus. He was an orator, and he was a verbal philosopher, but his students wrote all of his lessons down, and you can read them in Discourses. And Epictetus said at the start of Discourses, he says, reason is the only discipline that can study itself, therefore it is the most valid. Because all the other disciplines, they can't study themselves, but reason can pull itself apart. And so, you know, one example I can give you from the discipline of reason, I mean, there are a lot. You know, for example, you've got Socratic reasoning, you've got non-binary reasoning. There's all sorts, but another one is Hanlon's razor. Another one is Occam's razor. I mean, there's an awful lot that you can get from studying how to reason. And I'll give you an example. So Hanlon's razor, this is a mental model from the discipline of reason, and it basically states that do not attribute to malice that which can easily be explained by stupidity. So I'll repeat that. Do not attribute to malice that which can easily be explained by stupidity. And what that basically means is that if someone does something to you that pisses you off, don't assume they've done it out of spite or hate, just assume they've done it because they're an idiot. Now, sometimes someone's going to do something to you out of spite or hate, and you should deal with that. But for example, if one of my clients did something stupid or triggered a refund request or something, my first reaction is to attribute their action to stupidity, not malice. Another example could be like, so let's say, okay, we'll take the client example and how you would apply this in business. Let's say that a client has, let's say they've written a 1-star review on Trustpilot or something. And on the review, they say, this course, it isn't good. Like, I haven't been able to apply it to my business, whatever, blah, 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 blah. This program sucks. Well, instead of attributing that to malice or hatred, I'll start by asking myself, are they being stupid, right? Are they not have it together? And I'll reach out to them. And this actually happened once where I reached out to a client and said, he wrote a 1-star review. And I said, hey man, like, saw the review. I'm just keen to hear you out and understand, you know, what's going on. And he basically said like, yeah, this thing just, it sucks and I just can't, like, it's really outdated. And I was like, okay, well, tell me about it. And it turns out that what had happened is we basically, he had access to the existing program, but he was a legacy client. And what that meant is he had access to the old program. But what he was doing is he was using the old version of the program, which was like 2 years old and completely outdated, thinking it was the main program. And so obviously, understandably, he's like, this is all outdated, I can't use this anymore. So I'm going to write a 1-star review. So he was just being stupid. Like, he's not being an idiot, it's just a mistake, it's an accident, right? So what I could have done with that review is attributed it to malice and taken it personally and been like, dickhead, out you go, I don't care about you anymore. But instead I was like, okay, Hanlon's razor, do not attribute to malice that which can be explained by stupidity. Let's see if he is being stupid, and if he is, then we corrected it. And I was like, okay, man, well, look, obviously you're in the wrong program. You know, we gave you access to both, so you could use both, but you're using the wrong one. So let's bring you in here, remove the review, you can rewrite it if you want to in 6 months. Now he makes 20 grand a month. So that's one example. Another example is Socratic reasoning, which is a method of reasoning developed by Socrates, of all people. By the way, look at this thing. I don't know if I've shown you this before. This is a drawing that someone did for me of Epictetus, who's my favorite Stoic philosopher. Just kind of thought I'd show you that. I don't know why, to be honest, but I think it's absolutely sick. It's one of the coolest gifts I've ever received. Anyway, Socratic reasoning is basically the art of asking why and critically thinking through things and saying why like 5 times, basically, until you get to the truth. So like, if I have a problem in my business or someone wants to do something, I'll be like, why? And then they'll be like, I don't know. And then you're like, okay, well, why don't you know? And you just keep going and keep going. And really, solving a problem in business is about defining the problem. And the easiest way to do that is you start by just basically asking why. And then you've got non-binary reasoning. I could make a whole 2-hour video on this, so I'm not going to do it now. If you want me to make a video on non-binary reasoning, comment. And if it gets enough likes, then I can entertain that. Once again, it's not a shiny object video, but my God, is it powerful. So if people want that, I'll do that. And then Occam's razor is a discipline, or a part of this discipline of reason, which basically just states that if you've got 2 options, you should just use the simple one. It's an advocacy for simplicity, essentially. So, you know, that's reason. And honestly, like, there's a lot more. I wanted to get into some other ones as well, like systems thinking and systems theory. Like an example of a discipline right now, it's quite hot, is systems theory. And the core premise of systems theory is holistic thinking, which means that when you're making decisions around variables in a system, like a business is a system, right? Which is why it's so important to understand systems theory. You need to think holistically and consider the non-linear relationships of the variables. So, for example, if I've got, you know, multiple departments over here, like marketing, management, sales, funnels, and accounting, if I've got, you know, 5 different disciplines, the thing is not disciplines, sorry, but 5 different variables, these are all intertwined. So all of the parts of your business, they're like a web and they're interlaced. And what this means is that if I make a change in my, I don't even know what the hell I wrote here, but if I make a change in my accounting, or if I make a change in, you know, my marketing, or if I make a change in my funnel or my taxes or something, it's going to affect everything else. And so if I introduce a new product, I don't just mess with the product side of the business, I mess with every other part of the business. And so this is basically called holistic thinking, or holisticism. And this comes from systems theory, which is a discipline that studies the phenomena of systems and how they operate and how they manifest. There's another discipline related to systems called systems thinking, which is pioneered by a woman called Donella Meadows, which explains how systems operate in like how an actual machine would operate, if that makes sense. So they're 2 different things. Like the systems theory is more focused on the environment, and the systems thinking is more focused on the entities that operate within that environment to create inputs into outputs and process them. And there's a whole thing for another day. There's so many. I could sit here for 5 hours and give you 500 examples of different things that I've got from different disciplines that I use in my company. And I'm not done with this. I've got a long, long way to go. There's dozens more disciplines that I need to study and understand if I want to really get the hang of this. But I've known this for a long time, and I've been doing this for a long time. And it was very reassuring and gratifying for someone who has literally made billions and billions of dollars to basically say to me, hey dude, you're kind of doing the right thing. This is how I see it. And so I want to thank that person. See you later.
Hey everyone, it's Charlie Morgan here, and welcome to Trial by Fire. Growth is pain and success is suffering. Today, I'm going to show you how to face the pain, how to do the work, and how to suffer well. On your journey to your evolving self, you will be facing pain. It's gonna fucking hurt, okay? It's really not gonna be pleasant. Your body is gonna kick up a huge fuss. Your current sense of self is gonna scream at you, and you are in for some nasty stuff. And I'm telling you that not because I'm trying to scare you away from doing what you want to do. I'm telling you because you need to expect a very long, hard, painful battle, okay? Building a successful business and growing yourself is no pleasurable, fun task. It's fun because, well, if you get good at it, then eventually you realize you can be anyone you want. But for someone who's sort of new to this whole mindset stuff, you're going to be in for some real suffering. And I'm preparing you for that with this video. And today I'm actually going to show you how to do it, like how to do the work. Because at this point, you know who you are, you know who you need to be. You understand your paradigm, you understand your goals, and you probably also have your action items listed out and you know what you need to do. So why haven't you done it? Well, obviously it's because you've only started watching the videos recently, but you've probably been sat on things that you know you need to have done for months, weeks, years maybe. And maybe you've been putting things off, maybe you're procrastinating, maybe you have this self-doubt and that's why you don't do the work, or maybe you're anxious. There's all sorts of stories and reasons as to why people don't do what they should do. And in today's video, we're going to crack that code. And after this video, you will be able to do the work. You will be able to face the pain and you will be able to suffer well. It's a great quote from Epictetus that says that if I must die, but must I die bawling? And what he meant by that is, well, he's got to suffer. But does he have to suffer screaming and crying? It's the same principle in business. To build a company and to grow yourself, you have to go through pain. And I don't mean pain in terms of physical pain. I'm not going to tell you to break your leg or anything. I mean like real mental pain, like facing real resistance conjured up by your body. And so today, after this video, you shouldn't have a problem facing that pain and doing that work. So I want to prepare you because, well, you're going to be facing some pain. There's no question about it. Like any successful person can tell you that it hurts and that it's painful and it's not a fun, pleasurable journey. The outcome is fun, but the process itself really sucks. And today I'm going to walk you through why that's a good thing. And I'm also going to walk you through how to do it. So here's what we're going to cover. We're going to start with the wall of fire, the nature of resistance, slaying the dragon, eating pain, or bathing in pain. Actually, that's what this module, the fourth one, will be called bathing in pain, not eating pain. It's the same premise. And then we're going to talk about the general's perspective. And so I'm going to lay out some frameworks. We're going to start by understanding pain and resistance and why you can't do what you want to do and where that comes from. And I'm going to just give you like the full picture here. We're going to really pull back the curtain on this whole pain thing, because I can't tell you how important it is to actually understand this stuff. A lot of people just like, they wake up and then like part of them doesn't want to do the work, so they kind of just don't really do it, or they start sitting down and they get distracted, or they've got some doubts about themselves, or they sabotage themselves all the time. And people just think that these are just some weird, like miraculous, like universe out to get them type problems. But it's not. It's something really specific. And if you can understand the nature of these things, you're going to absolutely crush it. So you've decided what you want. You've had some paradigm shifts. You've raised your consciousness and you've set a trajectory to a better place. This is awesome. You're probably making some progress. You might start to recognize some different behaviors in yourself. Maybe you're starting to read books you never used to read, or you're starting to change some beliefs here and there. You basically just become way more aware of yourself and your consciousness, and you're probably feeling pretty good. You're like, okay, I'm on the right trajectory. I'm making some progress with this mindset thing. And you probably feel pretty great. I don't want to burst your bubble, but things are about to get really, really ugly. This feeling of elation and this feeling of motivation and confidence is going to wane, because now what's going to happen is the universe is going to test you. So now that we've actually set into motion a future self and an evolving self that we can become, the universe is now going to test your mettle. It's going to see if you have what it takes to actually become this person. And this is what I mean by trial by fire. The universe is now going to put you on a trial. And the caveat to this is there's no jury, there's no judge. It's just the fire. And if you can withstand the fire and withstand the pain, then you will win the trial. But if you can't, you'll lose it. And there's no lawyer by your side to try and argue your way out of anything. You just got to face the fucking work. So the universe is going to see if you've got the mettle to withstand a trial by fire. And Newton's third law states that every action has an opposite and equal reaction. Now I want you to remember this statement, because you've taken the action of conjuring up a new future that is positive and good for you. You've created your own version of heaven on earth. But heaven cannot exist without hell. Everything works in a duality. The path to success is paved with fire, and you've got to walk it every day to get what you want. And modern day clinical psychologists prove time and time again that life is suffering. So you've got to understand that the key to heaven is unlocked by visiting hell. So what I'm saying here is, like, for every action there's an opposite and equal reaction. So far you've taken action to basically, like, challenge the universe and challenge society and say, actually, I think I want to become someone else. And when you push the universe, it will push back. It will fight back. And so you cannot try to conjure up a good future without your past trying to pull you back. And if you want heaven on earth, you have to visit hell. You know, if you want pleasure, you kind of have to go through pain, unless you want fake pleasure that's not very healthy. And the universe will always resist your efforts to grow. When you try to bend the fabric of reality, it will try to snap back into shape. And it requires strength to hold it there before it solidifies. When you push, the universe pushes back. So you have to imagine like reality is like, imagine it's like a steel bar, right? And what you're doing is you're grabbing that bar and you want to bend it. You need to mold it because you want this bar to look different. And so you're grabbing it with both your hands and you're sort of like squeezing it at both ends, like bending it, and it's bending and you're starting to mold it. But for the first, for a certain amount of time, the universe is going to resist you trying to bend it. And it will take a while for that metal bar to solidify into the shape you want it to solidify in. So you have to hold it there, and every day it gets harder and more strenuous on your arms and your chest and your back, and you have to just every day just hold that metal bar there. And that's basically how this works. But eventually, after holding it for long enough, you can let go and the bar will have solidified. And the universe won't be fighting your efforts to grow, because the universe will have basically become what you wanted it to become. But it's only through the strength of holding it there and having that ability. And it really is, like, everyone thinks that the universe is like there for them. Everyone, like, this whole law of attraction thing is just total bollocks. Like, everyone's like, oh yeah, I'm just going to believe it and see it, and therefore I will achieve it. And that's kind of not really how it works, because, well, the universe doesn't like to be bent. It doesn't like to be molded and, shaped and, pushed around. It's pretty strong, and it will try and fight back, and reality will do everything it can to maintain its current integrity. But you need to have the strength to resist that, resistance from it. And so don't make the mistake of thinking that things are going to be easy. Don't make the mistake of thinking that things are going to be straightforward and that you're going to be able to hop into this new evolving self nice and easily and it's all going to be a breeze. Don't think you can, I had a question on a coaching call once where someone was like, we were talking about beliefs, and they were like, well, why don't you just see like success as not painful? Why don't you just like not see anything as painful and just like try to believe that the suffering doesn't exist and that it's all easy? That's delusion. Pain is like the universal law of human existence in evolution and growth. And so don't make the mistake of thinking that the universe is here for you, right? It's kind of out to get you a little bit. And to be honest, it doesn't really want you to change. So if you want to change, you need to want to change more than the universe doesn't want to, if that makes sense. And this is really the clash of everything. Everyone thinks that the law of attraction is just, they have to just, fucking speak it into existence and then they'll have what they want. But then like they start speaking it and then they don't get what they want. And then they're like, well, why is it painful? It shouldn't be painful. I shouldn't have to do all this work. I should just be able to talk about it and get it. It's just a load of rubbish. And I'm recording this video to tell you that things are going to suck for you for some time. Now, I don't mean this in a negative way, because this is actually the best thing that can happen to you. But you're going to go through some pain and mental suffering. You're going to go through lots of pain and suffering. This video is not to discourage you, it's to prepare you, right? If you want the gold, it helps to know there is a dragon in the way before you set off. So you know the whole story of the knight and the dragon. He goes to slay the dragon. Imagine you're like a knight and you're going to rescue a damsel in distress, or you're going to look for gold, and you pull up to the gold and then you think, oh shit, there's a dragon in the way, I probably should have predicted that. It's kind of like, well, you have to face the dragon, but if you know it's going to be there, then you can prepare for it. And if you're worried, and if this video is making you a bit anxious and a bit nervous, and you know, you're sort of like, well, Charlie, you've changed your tone, like now you're telling me it's going to be really hard. Like, your current emotional state is not of my concern, because it's not of the universe's concern. The universe doesn't care if you're worried about the hard work. It doesn't care if you're scared of, you know, having to do the thing or face the pain. It really is pretty ruthless, and it doesn't give any, like, it doesn't care about you or your emotional state at all. So if you are worried, then the best thing you can do is just face that pain and crack on with it, because, well, it's really, I can tell you now, like, this is going to hurt. And I don't mean that in a negative way, and I'll explain why in a bit, but I just really want you to be prepared, and I don't want you to be surprised by, you know, how hard this is going to get, because I promise you, like, that whole motivation and all this nice feeling that you've got, it will not last. Emotions like that are like a cold bath, or a warm bath, sorry. Over time they will go cold, and you'll be sat in cold water and it will really not be nice, but you have to stay in the bath. And understand that once you've set your eyes on a goal, the only thing standing between the goal and you is a lot of suffering. Suffering and pain, when it comes to growth, personal growth, is inevitable, and there is no other way to get what you want. Everything you want is on the other side of pain and suffering. Everything. And it's the only path. There is no, you can't go under it, you can't go over it, you can't fly around it, you can't, I don't know, fucking swing yourself through it. You have to go directly through it every day. So let's teach you how to suffer well. And let's talk about the wall of fire. So I'm going to start with a metaphor to actually solidify this point. This video is kind of split into two parts. The first part is designed to give you an understanding, and then the second part is designed to give you a solution. So here's me, and well, here's who I was, right? So right now, as of me recording this, I'm making $200,000 a month, and a bit more with another company. And as you are aware, if you've watched the previous videos, which by the way, you absolutely should have, I was making nothing, and I was in my sister's art room in a freezing cold shed, basically making cold calls. And so, as we know, I've taken myself from point A to point B in the last 5 years or so. And I've been able to build myself and evolve myself into the person capable of easily achieving a multi-7-figure income. And it's easy to whack an arrow between these two and just say, you know, hey, just turn into this new person. It's easy for anyone just to be like, yeah, so here's me and here's who I am now. You kind of just have to become someone else. Let's actually replace the arrow with something that represents what it actually takes. Because this arrow, like, anyone looks at that and thinks, oh, I can do that. It's just kind of growing yourself, I suppose. But let's replace the arrow with what it actually takes. And it's a big, big old wall of fire. Right? This thing here is basically just pain. To get from the left to the right, I had to walk through the middle. And this wall of fire basically just represents mental suffering and pain. And I know that I'm drilling this point home, and I know I keep repeating myself saying it's going to be hard, but I need you to know that you're going to have to do this. If you want to go from who you are now to who you want to be and who you want to evolve into so you can achieve your dreams, you're going to have to walk through a big wall of fire. And to go from who I was to who I am, I had to wade through pain. And then if I want to do this again, which I'm in the process of doing right now, guess what? I'm going to have to face more fire. So I'm not happy. Like, I was looking at my Stripe account and make 200 grand a month, whatever. That you have the same psychological makeup at that level in terms of how you perceive things with regards to growth. So I'm just as unhappy making 200 grand a month as I was making 10 grand a month. It's not really the same as when you're making nothing, because the survival instinct is so raw and brutal that it sucks. But once you're making like 200 grand a month, the psychological makeup behind that of like how you perceive how much you're making is the same. So like, I could be making $1 million a month, and if I stagnate at that, I'll still be unhappy. It will still suck. And if I want to go from someone doing 200 grand a month to 2 million a month, which is what I want to do and I'm doing, then I kind of just have to go through more fire. And making these videos is part of that process, for example. And what I'm trying to tell you here is that to become someone new, you must face pain. During this transformation, you must live, eat, and breathe pain. Pain is now your best friend. Suffering is now your closest ally. These are the things that are required. We don't want to hate them. We don't want to despise them. We don't want to avoid them. We don't want to evade them. We don't want to run from them. We want to live, eat, and breathe them, because they are the only way we can get what we possibly want. And these are growing pains. And the wall of fire is real and it exists. You can't fly over it. You can't dig under it. You can't go around it. You can't pretend it isn't there. It's there. And the only way to get to the other side is to go through it. By going through it and coming out the other side, you complete the trial by fire that the universe has set for you. Right? So when you remember, you're who you are now. You've set an evolving self. Now we've got a gap. To bridge the gap, the only way is to walk through the fire. And this is why I've called this video Trial by Fire. Because like the universe is now going to set a test for you, and it's going to be like, okay, you want this? Well, let's see if you deserve it. The only way to get what you want is to deserve what you want. And the only way to deserve what you want is to put up with enough pain and suffering. How much you deserve something is really dependent upon like, really how much pain you've put into it, right? If you look at someone that's where you want to be, if you just strip away like what they've actually done to get there, you'll see they're just sat on a mountain of pain, basically. And once you come out the other side, the universe will reward you with what you want, but only if you go through the fire. I want you to come to terms with this right now. I want you to accept the fact that this journey and transformation will be painful, agonizing, and will hurt to complete. But that's the price of growth and freedom, and you better pay it. So take a pen and paper and just write down, I know this is going to hurt, right? Because the worst thing you can possibly do now is have delusion and think that you're going to just breeze through this and it's going to be a nice, easy thing. And I know this might sound negative, but I'm telling you the truth. I'm not making these videos to tell you what you want to hear. I could just say, yeah, it's going to be great and then amazing. I'm telling you because, well, I'd rather share the truth with you, and you might not like me for it, but I don't mind. You know, I'm just telling you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear. And the sole and only reason for your failure will be if you're not willing to face the fire and walk through it every day. The only way you can fail is when you try and step out of the fire. You won't know how long you have to sit in the fire for, nor will you have any indication as to when it will be over. You know, you can be a meter away from the end and then decide, like, you know, on the last day that you're not going to face it and then get reset back to the start. So if you're trial by fire, you have to walk like a mile. You could literally get to the last like 30 centimeters or a couple of yards and then be like, oh, it's too painful. And then, you know, you hop out of the fire and then you'll reset back to the beginning. The fire represents pain. It represents discomfort, anxiety, fear, doubt, and any other negative or neurotic emotion. Coming to terms with the fact you're going to have to undergo the trial by fire to get what you want is a good place to start. Many people, they start their journey and they find it's painful and they quit, mostly because they didn't expect it. Humans, we have incredible pain tolerances. Like, it is remarkable what you can put a human through before they break. And the only thing the worst thing that you can do is that people break easily. I mean, break like, you know, if someone tries to do something that's painful and then they don't do it, it's because they think it's going to be easy. It's because like their brain is trying to trick them into this delusion. The brain doesn't want to change. And so, you know, it's like, yeah, I'm going to make this person think this is going to be a fucking walk in the park. And then they'll find out it's not. And then they won't want to walk in the park. But in spite of what I've said, it's possible to walk through this and come out the other side. It sucks, but it's possible. And I know because I've done it time and time again, and so has any other successful person you know about. So we have to walk through fire to evolve. It's kind of like your evolving self is forged in fire. It's forged in pain. And pain is kind of like, I don't know, it's going to give you a weird metaphor here, but it's just come to mind. So imagine that like your evolving self is like a cake, right? And you're trying to make this cake, and pain and suffering are the two ingredients that actually bake the cake, right? And it's a bit of a weird one, but I'm just going to try and give you as many angles as I can to really drill this point home. You need to expect it. So how do we pluck up the courage to walk through and actually face the fire? I want to tell you something reassuring. You have the human spirit. Human beings are incredibly capable of doing incredible things. You have the ability to face pain. You have the ability to suffer well. You have the ability to walk through the fire. You can actually do it. And I'm not telling you this because I want to be some sort of woo-wah guru, like, yeah, you can do it. Like, I'm actually telling you, if you're a human being, you can walk through the fire. You absolutely can. Human beings have been doing this shit for years, hundreds of thousands of years, if not longer. The animal within us, the spirit within us, is more than capable of facing pain and growing and evolving. And you might think, oh, I'm just different, like I can't do it. No, at a base level, we are all the same. We all have the human spirit. It's just a question of whether or not you've forgotten you've got it. And we need to understand the nature of this fire. So let's talk about the nature of resistance. So now that I've laid this out for you, I've set some expectations and I've told you it's going to be painful, and I've given you some metaphors to understand like what you've got to walk through to make this happen. I want to help you understand the nature of fire, which is basically the nature of resistance. This has taken me 5 years of critical thought to figure out. This video alone took me about 2 weeks to put together because of how much thought I had to put into the next few slides. Breaking this down and explaining it is probably one of the most cognitively consuming things I've ever done. And what I'm going to tell you now is profound, right? The nature of resistance, understanding this thing, not just like at the surface level of being like, yeah, you've got to do hard work and it's going to suck, but actually pulling that apart like we did with the nature of aim, for example. Let's hop into that. So in pursuit of your goal, you're going to face resistance. We can change fire with resistance, but I use the word fire because everyone knows what fire is. Not many people know what resistance is at its core. It's true that, well, it's the resistance is the true enemy of your goal, and you have to face it every day. It's the source of everything painful. And if we can understand what resistance is and how it operates as a force within us, then we can beat it. So resistance is like this force. I'm going to explain it now. So resistance it's an internal sensation that is more powerful than any external force in stopping you from achieving your goals. Resistance is the thing that stops you from getting what you want. It's the voice in your head that says you aren't good enough or strong enough or motivated enough to start your journey. It is a faceless, formless, and heartless energy with the sole purpose of ensuring you never start the work that will lead to your true nature and your true self. In this picture, it's not the rock, the gravity, or the incline of the mountain that's hard. It's the doubts of the person carrying it and the fears that that person harbors and the pain they feel. It's just, all we're looking at here on the right is a steep face and a rock and gravity. That's not the resistance. The resistance is what's going on between the ears of the person carrying it. It's that person's doubts. Because like when you think about a good metaphor for this, or a good way to perceive this, is when you think about how hard it is to send cold emails or how hard it is to do a sales call, all you're doing is asking questions or tapping away on a keyboard. It's never the actual sort of physical attributes of the activity that generate the resistance. It's always the human being that generates the resistance doing the activities. So drill this point home. When you look at this on the right, you might think, God, that looks tough, but it's not. It's the rock and the face of the mountain. They are not the resistance. The resistance is generated by the person pushing the rock up the hill. And it's important to realize that when facing resistance, it's you that produces it. Inanimate objects and actions do not produce resistance. So here's, like I said, with cold email. So if you feel resistance or doubts, or if you feel like it's hard for you to do cold emails or cold messaging, well, look at this. All you're doing with cold email or cold messaging is clicking buttons on a mouse and keyboard on a screen, copying and pasting bits of data and text and then pressing send. If I asked you to do this for half an hour, you'd feel no resistance at all, except from maybe some boredom. Like, you know, imagine if all you had to do, like with cold email and cold messaging and stuff, is open up 2 Google Docs and then copy and paste a line from one Google Doc into another Google Doc and just do that for half an hour, you wouldn't have any resistance towards doing that. Now, you might think it's a bit boring, but you wouldn't have self-doubt about your ability to do it. It wouldn't make you anxious. It wouldn't terrify you. It's only because the act of clicking on our keyboard in this way contributes to our goal and a better future that we feel resistance. So it's never like the actions and the things that you need to do are not the things that are resisting you. It's how you perceive those things, and it's the emotional baggage that you tie to those things. It's like cold calling. People are terrified of cold calling. But when you boil it down, all you're doing is tapping numbers on a screen, pressing a green button, listening to a voice, and then telling that voice and like articulating some words, and then the person ending the call. That's all a cold call is. It's not like when you actually observe like the action, that's not the thing that creates the resistance. It's the human variable is the thing that creates the resistance and the pain. So any action that you need to take in business or anything you need to do to grow yourself, it's never the thing. It's kind of like you can't really liken it too much to exercise, but you could potentially. It's kind of like if you're running, right? All you're doing is putting one foot in front of the other. That's like, it's not a huge thing, but then eventually your body creates the resistance and you start to feel it. And so it's never the action, especially in business, especially when it comes to doing things to grow your business, like sales calls. People feel resistance towards like asking questions. It's like all you're doing is just saying words and then putting a little inflection on the end so it denotes that you want someone to respond with an answer. It's not hard to do. It's just your perception of it that creates resistance. So like I said with sales calls, I just gave you that example. All you're doing is asking questions and explaining what you do, right? So sales calls is literally just questions and an explanation. You do this all the time in the real world. You know how to ask questions. You know how to explain how things work. You speak all the time. You ask questions all the time. It's like the act of sales is not what produces resistance. There is the objective action, and then there is the subjective resistance associated with the action. And think about it. All cold calling is like I said, dialing a number and talking to someone. That's it. It's not like all the resistance and fear you feel is a product of you, not a product of the action or the activity itself. So like, you might feel some resistance towards watching these mindset videos. But like when you boil down watching a mindset video, all you're doing is sitting down. You sit down every day and then you're staring at a screen and listening to a voice. That's all you're doing. But if you feel resistance towards doing that, that's on you. It's not the thing that's producing the resistance, you're producing it. It's a projection. So I want you to sort of like start seeing the activities you resist for what they are, not who you are, and they'll get really easy. So like, it's like kind of like, instead of being like, I'm going to send cold emails today, it's like, I'm going to copy and paste the same message 30 times into another Google tab and press a blue send button. That's all you're doing, right? But when you attach the words cold email, all this shit starts to come in. So let's drill down and understand the principles of resistance, because I want to really help you understand what this is. So principle 1, there is an enemy working against you, resistance, right? It's a force that you generate. It's an intelligent, malevolent, and nasty force that is basically like created by you to resist the thing. Now it's kind of, you don't intentionally create this, and I'm going to explain where it comes from later on, but you have to understand that like if you sit down to do something and do some work and you don't do it, then there's resistance at play. The enemy is relentless. It aims to kill your desired reality and quash all your hopes and dreams. The enemy is produced by a fragment of you. You are not the enemy. It's a force of nature produced by you, but you can't help it, just like a pulse. Kind of just like it's inside of you. It's kind of just like your heart beating or your lungs breathing. It's just a force of nature. You must duel yourself. You are the knight and the dragon, and war is inevitable, and the knight must win. So what I mean here is it's you against you. You produce the resistance, but you also want to fight the resistance. So all of the issues and problems you have are created by yourself and your brain. Goals come first, resistance comes second. There cannot be a shadow without an object and the sun. And resistance can be overcome with pain, love, and assistance, which is the opposite of resistance. It is beatable, okay? So to the sixth point here, with how resistance, like in order for, like it comes back to this for actions and reactions. So for every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction. So setting a goal is an action, and feeling resistance towards doing things to achieve that goal is the reaction of you setting the goal. So you can't really have goals without resistance. Resistance cannot exist without a goal, and a goal cannot exist without resistance. So you produce the goal, but then you also produce the resistance towards that goal. It's kind of just how this thing works. It's like a duality, and resistance can be overcome. So how can we see resistance? Is it a force that acts behind the scenes, pulling the strings of reality? We only have to look as far as our emotions, thoughts, fears, and desires. So if this isn't making too much sense and you need something concrete to understand resistance, this will help you. So we can't see resistance. It's an invisible force, but what we can see is how it manifests. So putting your finger on what resistance actually is really hard, but putting a finger on like the symptoms of resistance is really easy. So what forms does resistance take? Well, I've actually listed 30. This is by no means a definitive list, but I believe these to be the most common. And I'm going to explain all 30 forms of resistance, and the ones that resonate with you, or the ones that you resonate with, I want you to make a note because we're going to be revisiting them. So, here's you, and you know you need to do the work. You've set a goal, and now you need to start taking actions towards accomplishing that goal. But then what starts to happen is resistance gets in the way. And so what I've done here is I've kind of just listed off as many sort of common resistance forms as I could possibly find. And a lot of these I used to find in myself, and I had to overcome them. So starting from the top and then moving right. I can't do the work because of a routine or entitlement, fear, judging, burnout, opinions, uncertainty, pain avoidance, instant gratification, doubt, anxiety, rationalization, learning, comfort, research, perfection, waiting, justifying, warp priorities, distraction, support, feeling vulnerable, addiction, criticism, denial, drama, procrastination, self-love, self-loathing, and identity, routine, etc., etc. So all of these here are forms of resistance, and they might not make sense to you at the moment, but resistance is like when you produce something that stops you from doing the thing that you need to do to accomplish your goal. And next time you find yourself not doing the work, I guarantee that it's because the resistance is present. And resistance will be manipulating you with one of these things. So it's like this force, and it's kind of like, it's quite protean. It will take any form, any of the forms you can see on the screen here, and there might be more inside of yourself. That's how resistance will begin to manifest. It's kind of like, it's like this weird sort of like, I don't know, like a force. And how do you explain resistance? This is why it's taken me so long. I can understand like how it works, but like explaining it, it's kind of like it molds itself basically. So it's like a really weird force inside of you that doesn't really exist until it actually comes to fruition through one of these things on the screen as a vehicle. And then you feel it, and then that's how it basically presents itself. And so not doing the work is defined as not doing what you know you should be doing. So this is when resistance is in play. And the first step to crushing resistance is awareness, and the second step is intolerance. So now let's actually become aware of this resistance in you. And this might seem strange. You might be like, Charlie, what the hell are you talking about? But it'll make sense in a second. So what I'm going to do now is list off all the forms of resistance that we have and how this force manifests and controls you to stop you from doing the work. So the first one is fear, and this is most common. This is not working because you're afraid of what happens if you do. Instant gratification, not working because you want or expect instant gratification elsewhere in your life. So if you're someone who is constantly looking for like immediate dopamine hits and instant gratification, and you go to work and then you can't work because you're so used to instant gratification, then resistance has been working on you for years to build neural patterns that prevent you from doing anything that delays gratification. Doubt, not working because you have doubts about yourself, or that doubting that it's even possible. So if you feel like if one day you're falling asleep and then suddenly you start having all these doubts flying about in your mind, thinking, God, is that even possible? Should I even bother? That's resistance, right? That sort of self-talk, or that horrible dread feeling you get of wondering whether or not what you're trying to achieve is actually possible. That's resistance. All of these things that you see on the screen, all of them, they all come under the category of resistance. They're all sort of the same energy and the same force. But people think that like self-doubt is separate from fear, which is separate from like comfort and perfection. But it's all it's like, okay, here's how you phrase it. Resistance is the universe. The universe is a universal currency of prevention for change. That's how you articulate it. And so all of the things you see here, like resistance is at play, and resistance is the currency, and it kind of just buys shit in this way. Doubt, anxiety, rationalization. So anxiety, not working because it makes you feel nervous, anxious, or uncomfortable. Rationalization, not working because you've rationalized not to do it. Learning, not working because you want to learn more about the thing first. Research, not working because you want to do some more research first. Comfort, not working because you feel comfortable right now and don't want to feel uncomfortable. Like comfort and doubt and fear are basically the same thing. Perfection, everything, all of these things are the same thing, just manifested in different forms. They feel different and they look different, and you can look at them and you think, oh, that's weird, and I've got this doubt over here, and then over here I want this thing to be perfect before I do it, and over here I want to do some more research before I dive into it. And they feel different. So you think you've got all these different things playing you and manipulating you to not take action. But all of them are just resistance, just taking many different forms. And it's kind of like wearing many different hats and faces, if that makes sense. You think they're different things, but they're all the same thing, I promise you. Perfection, not working because you want everything to be perfect before starting or waiting for perfect conditions. Waiting, not working because you'd rather wait to see if things change. Justifying, not working because you've justified not to work. Warped priority, not working on the main thing because you think you should be working on something else. So this is like when people they need to do outreach and then they're like, oh, I feel like I should be doing my website today, or I feel like I should be doing like some blog posts today. That's resistance. That's no different from self-doubt as to whether or not your thing's going to work. They look different, but it's the same force acting. Distraction, not working because that thing keeps distracting you. So it's like, oh, I'm just constantly on YouTube. It's not YouTube that's the problem. It's like resistance is manifesting a distracted version of you that keeps clicking on YouTube. Being distracted by YouTube is that you're being, the strings of yourself are being pulled by the same thing that generates the self-doubt, the anxiety, everything else. Can't stress this enough. Support. This is a big one. Not working because you don't have the support or a fucking accountability partner. Like, people are like, oh, I can't really do this because I haven't got an accountability partner, or I can't really do this because I haven't got the support network. This is resistance in plain sight. People think it's this nice, pretty thing. It's like, oh, I just want to get an accountability partner before I start. I can't do my outreach if I haven't got my accountability partner. It's resistance. It's just there. It's manipulating you and persuading you. It knows you very well. It is you, basically. And so it will do everything it can to pull the wool over your eyes. Feeling vulnerable, not working because it makes you feel vulnerable or psychologically exposed. Addiction, not working because you're addicted to something other than working. People are like, oh, I'm addicted to video games, so I can't work. It's resistance, right? Your brain doesn't want to do the work because it doesn't want to change. And so it gives you an addiction. It's the same force that generates the doubt, that generates everything else. Criticism, not working because you've criticized others that do the work instead of being critical of others instead. So if you're constantly judging people who work hard, then you're not going to work hard because you're afraid of being judged. It's a mirror. And so if your brain is generating these judgments, then it's actually resistance at play because the resistance knows that by judging other people, you're not going to want to do the work yourself. And so it's resistance that's generated that. It's like this universal form that generates every other thing that stops you from working. Denial, not working because you're in denial, refusing to see and accept the truth. Drama, not working because you're drawn to, create, or move to drama in your personal life. Procrastination, not working because you're putting it off till tomorrow. This is a big one, right? Resistance is just like, yeah, we'll just do it tomorrow instead. Fuck that. Self-love, not working because it makes you feel stupid and a bit of self-hatred. So this is a big one. Like when people start working and then they're not very good at what they're working on. So they're like, oh, I need to love myself. I need to be doing things that like I'm good at, so I love myself. Self-loathing, not working because you hate yourself. So if you hate your current situation and self, and like what will happen is you won't do the work because you don't feel like you're worth the work, because you don't feel like you're worth a new future. This is resistance. Identity trap, not working because working would not be me. Routine, not working because you didn't have your latte this morning, you didn't sleep very well. People like wake up and they're like, oh, I checked my Oura ring and I got an hour less deep sleep than usual, so I'm just going to take the afternoon off. Resistance. Entitlement, not working because you think you're entitled to not and that work is beneath you. Resistance. Judging, not working because you're too busy judging people that are. Resistance. Burnout, not working because you think you're too burned out to work. Resistance. Although this is a caveat to this, sometimes you will have burnout because you do have genuine biological limits, but they generally take like months of disgusting work to actually accomplish. So most people think they're burned out, but they're just weak. Opinions, not working because you told someone, or because someone told you not to, or to take a day off. So sometimes like people will, they'll get up and they'll feel a bit tired. They don't want to do the work. And then they'll text like their mum or something and be like, hey, Mum, I feel tired. And then their mum will be like, oh, well, take the day off, honey. And then they take the fucking day off. Resistance. Uncertainty, not working because you're not sure how. Ambiguity is resistance. Pain avoidance, not working because work hurts. Resistance. All of these are the same thing. If we go around this circle again, it's like I said, resistance is the universe's universal currency for prevention to change. And so when you try to build a future for yourself and imagine a better version of yourself and your evolved self and try and start, escaping your current situation to achieve your goal, this is what the universe will throw at you. It's the same, it's made of the same stuff. Anxiety might look different to drama and addiction, and burnout might look different to distraction, or justifying might look different to identity, or entitlement might look and feel different to instant gratification, but it's all made of the same stuff, right? It's all made of the same ingredient, which is resistance. And so you may not have a problem with addiction. You may not need to have support to work. You may not need to, you may not feel comfortable, and that's why you're not working. Maybe it's not that, but I can guarantee, looking at the screen here, you should be able to pinpoint your manifests of resistance and your symptoms of resistance. Kind of like resistance is a disease, and then everything you see on the screen here is like a vehicle for resistance to rear its ugly head. And so through them again: fear, instant gratification, doubt, anxiety, rationalization, learning, research, comfort, perfection, waiting, justification, warped priorities, distraction, support, feeling vulnerable, addiction, criticism, denial, drama, procrastination, self-love, self-loathing, identity traps, routine, entitlement, judging, burnout, opinions, uncertainty, pain avoidance. It's all made of the same stuff. It's all made of resistance, and this is how resistance manifests. I can't stress this enough. This is so important to understand, because what happens is people start buying this shit. So like one day they wake up and then like, you know, they feel vulnerable because like, you know, they have to do a sales call and they feel afraid. Like, oh, I don't want to feel vulnerable. So then they buy it and they're like, you know, it's kind of just like, yeah, I didn't do the sales call because it made me feel a bit vulnerable. I don't want to feel vulnerable. Or it's kind of like, oh, like I just feel like I'm not going to do it today because I had this huge doubts last night and I'm just not sure if it's even possible, so I'm not going to try. Resistance, same thing. So now we've got a resource for defining your primary resistance forms. So now what we need to do is become like brutally, honestly aware of how resistance is manifesting in your life. Because I can tell you right now, it's manifesting. And it will always be manifesting. It manifests in me, it manifests in Elon Musk, or maybe not, because that guy's like a fucking robot. But every human that tries to do anything better, or tries to create a future or achieve a goal, they will face resistance. And so I've listed them all out here, right? We've got them all here. And now what I want you to do is, this will be available in the resources section. So you can either print this out, or you can click here to go to Google, to go to the Google Doc. And if you just come in here and go to File, like this, and make a copy, you can make your own copy, okay? But this is really important. Don't skip through this. Don't think, oh, I don't have resistance, it's something else. It is resistance. If you're not where you want to be, it's because you are listening to resistance and you're buying resistance, and you're basically just listening to this force within you, okay? So we need to bring it to your awareness. So what I want you to do now is note your primary resistance forms and some examples. So really think about it. Don't just do this in like 2 minutes. Don't just print this off, or don't just write this down and just do it like on a whim. Like, take some real time, like take long critical reflection on this to list how resistance is manifesting in your brain and in your life. And if you can't think of any, then you're blind, right? If you can't think of how resistance is working in you, then that is resistance itself. So you'd put blindness, because if you can't think and if you can't see it, then that's a form of resistance, because resistance doesn't want to be exposed. It wants to stay under the covers. And so it will start to play you like a fiddle and play like a puppet and tell you that it doesn't exist and that it's something else. And if you're convinced that resistance doesn't exist and that it's something else, and that I'm wrong, and that, well, it's not the question of whether I'm right or wrong or not, it's just the question of the fact that this thing does exist in you and it exists in everyone. If you can't see it, then that's resistance basically playing you. If you can't see that, then there's not much I can do to help you. And so just think back to when you needed to do something you knew you needed to do but didn't, right? Why didn't you? That's the only question you've got to ask yourself here. So there must be tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, maybe not hundreds of thousands, that's quite a lot, but there must be thousands and thousands and thousands of examples in your life where you knew you should do something, or you wanted to do something, but you didn't or couldn't. And you have to ask yourself, why didn't you? And if you can't think of, what is this, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you can't think of 9 examples of this, like, God help you. You know, have some real thinking here. I actually gave you some of my own here. So what you want to do now, before you look at mine, is I want you to give some context to the resistance forms. So start by listing them off. There might be more than 9. You might find less than 9. Just the main ones, you'll know what the top 3 are. Like, everyone's got like the top 3, but list as many as you can, and then give some context. So give some examples once you've listed these ones here. So here's some examples of me. These, just to be transparent and vulnerable with you, like, I face resistance every day. I get up, and part of me doesn't want to grow. It's natural. I have it, you have it, everyone has it, right? But what I wanted to do is share some with you so you can like understand how it works within me. So here's my resistance forms. So the first one is burnout, right? Resistance has a tendency to convince me that I'm close to burnout and should stop working. The truth is that I once burned out horrifically, and I'm afraid of seeing that happen again. So I burned out before, and it was not pleasant. I was disassociated from like reality. I had brain fog for like 2 months. I had panic attacks all the time. Like I really took myself to the knife's edge of my biological limits, and it did not treat me well. And so now I've got this tendency for resistance to convince me that I'm close to that same thing again, when I'm usually never. Pain avoidance. Sometimes resistance tries to overwhelm me by manipulating me into thinking that I need to work, that the thing I need to work on will be really painful. So for example, like the mindset module, the irony behind this is it's not painful at all. So like I had this with this video specifically, very ironically and paradoxically. I had huge resistance towards making this video, probably because like it's kind of like you're exposing the thing, and that's why. But I was convinced this was going to be the most painful, agonizing, long, disgustingly difficult module to make. And I realized, I was like, well, this is ironic, isn't it? This is just the resistance thing at play, because now you're actually talking about how to overcome the thing, so it's really going to start to kick up a fuss. And the irony is that making the module wasn't painful at all. Like I said, it's literally just sitting down, thinking, and then typing up slides and putting some things together. Like I do that all the time. It was just me that made it feel painful. And routine. Resistance has persuaded me that I need to complete a lengthy morning routine to focus and get work done, convincing me I need to meditate to work well, etc. I don't really struggle with this anymore, but I used to think that like if I hadn't slept perfectly and if I hadn't eaten a certain like type of food, then I wouldn't be able to work. And that's just another form of resistance. Like reliance is resistance. Denial. Resistance often has me in denial, thinking I can act in stupid ways and get away with it. I'll often deny the truth. So like, you know, for example, I might be like on Sunday afternoon, I'll want to sit down and like watch YouTube all day and just spend like a whole 6 hours just binging out and gorging out on dopamine. And sometimes resistance would be like, well, if you do that, like you deserve it, it's fine, it won't really matter, but it always matters. Learning. Resistance makes me think I need to learn a lot about something before I can start taking action on it. Comfort. Resistance takes the form of extreme comfort, telling me I'm doing well, making me feel pride and happy with my situation, negating action. This is the biggest one for me right now, to be transparent with you, is like resistance is manifesting in me by convincing me that I'm doing well and that I should feel proud and that I should be able to start relaxing and kicking back and enjoying the fruits of my labor. That's how this thing is currently manifesting. And it's strong, and I'm working through it. And fortunately enough, I am familiar enough with resistance and its different forms to know how to overcome stuff like this, because I overcame it when I started making six figures. But, you know, just becoming aware of this is just so powerful. So make a note of your main forms of resistance now, and then also give some context and some examples so you can start to become more aware. Now, this will be hard. It's not easy to do because, like, resistance doesn't want to be exposed because it knows that exposure is the first step to death for itself. And so you need to take some time to really get into the nuts and bolts of this. But I guarantee, man, like, you've probably got the fear, you've probably got the doubt, you probably want to learn but more before you take action. You're probably justifying not doing it. You're probably prioritizing other stuff. You're probably getting distracted. You probably think you need support from people. You're probably in denial about things. You probably look for drama to escape the drama at work. You're probably procrastinating. You probably think you need this routine. You probably have a tendency to judge people who are working really hard sometimes, maybe. Pain avoidance is always going to be there, but everyone just thinks stuff's more painful than it is. So yeah, that's the big one. And you know, have a look at this and drill into it, and it will help you, because now what's going to happen is, like, when you sit down to do the work, and when you actually sort of wake up one day and you're like going to go and start taking action, resistance will like march forward and it will present itself, and it will present itself as a thought or an emotion or a feeling. And you'll notice it and be like, oh, hello, resistance, fuck you. And then you'll get to work. And that's what I do every day. That's literally like, you know, sometimes I'll get up and then I'll wake up at 7 and then my alarm will go off. And then like resistance will be like, oh, let's just stay in bed. And I'm like, oh, hi, resistance, fuck off. And then I just get up. And it will tell me all sorts of stuff to try and keep me in bed, but I just don't listen. I don't listen to that force. I am more powerful than it. And you can be too. You just need to practice. It's kind of just like anything. Just resisting resistance and withstanding resistance is kind of just like a muscle. You just need to like work on it over time. And sometimes it'll get you, it'll beat you sometimes, but we need to try and like how quickly you progress and achieve success will depend on how often you beat or lose to resistance. So someone that like is plateaued and stays where they are basically wins 50% of the time and loses 50% of the time. Someone that makes a little bit of progress will win against resistance 60% of the time and will lose 40% of the time. Someone that makes insane fast progress will win 90% of the time and lose 10% of the time. And someone that just completely smashes it out of the park will always beat resistance, but that's kind of hard. And that might just be a belief that I've got. But from my perspective, like sometimes it's going to get you, right? You're never going to be on guard at all points, but you really don't want to be, you know, losing the battle that often. You want to try and like beat the thing like, you know, 9 times out of 10, because that's how you make exponential progress. But for people that slip back and start making like regressions in their life, it's because they only beat resistance like 30% of the time, and then 70% of the time resistance beats them. So I quoted this out. So resistance is the universe's universal currency. And this currency is used to buy prevention of positive change. And so this currency will cash its